This is the regular board meeting of May 20, 2021. It's now 5:03. We'll begin roll call, please. Mary?
President Lay,
Here.
Vice President Herrera,
Here.
Clerk Chavez,
Here.
Member Cortese,
Here.
Member Doe.
Here.
All right, so we have agenda item 1.02. Welcome everyone to regular board meeting of May 2021. Are there any members of the public who would like to provide public comment to the board on a closed session agenda item at this time? I have seen none. I've seen, okay. Then, our regular special meeting of the Board of Trustees and Board session stream live on meeting nights, and are also available for viewing the day after the meeting by accessing the district YouTube channel listed on the district webpage at www.esuhsd.org, the quick link section. The board is not able to respond to items that are not on the agenda or any personal issue, but your comment will be noted and will be directly to the superintendent or appropriate staff member for response. If I don't see anyone, then we can recess to close session. All right.
There is no public written comment.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Van der Zee. All right. So then we recess to the closed session, and our open session will start approximately around 6 p.m. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone to the regular board meeting of May 20, 2021. Member of the public, please submit your public comment online by accessing the form on the district homepage at www.esuhsd.org or the link on the agenda. Please limit your written comments to no more than 1,000 characters in length. Public comments submitted online will be read into the record. You may also raise your virtual hand in Zoom to request to speak. You will have 2 minutes to speak. Please note, all meetings are recorded. All regular and special meetings of the Board of Trustees and Board study sessions are streamed live on meeting night and are also available for viewing the day after the meeting by accessing the district YouTube channel listed on the district's webpage at www.esuhsd.org under quick link section. The board is not able to respond to items that are not on the agenda or any personnel issues. Your comment will be read into the record and will be directed to the superintendent and or the appropriate staff member for response. Interpretation of this meeting in Spanish and Vietnamese can be heard by accessing the link and following the instructions shown on the agenda and the district website. All right, now we move to adoption of agenda 5.01. The superintendent and board members may request that item be removed from the agenda for consideration and or carry to a future board meeting for consideration and or action, and or that the board take action in a regular meeting on a subject not listed on the published agenda on emergency basis or other basis allowed by law, Gov Code 54954.2. I don't see anyone request the item. We're going to move to 6 board special recognition, 6.01 child nutrition services staff. I know that we had a group picture with all child nutrition service staff. I want to really appreciate all of them has been worked so hard during the pandemic, as well as that they will continue to support our students and the community. I thank you for Churika's report, her leadership. Anything else that Superintendent Fung would like to recognize, and so we can move to 6.02?
Yeah, so we know that our child nutrition workers and some of our custodians have been working this entire pandemic, providing meals 5 days a week to our communities, to our students, as well as we were one of the few districts that remain serving meals all through Christmas break, our October winter break, spring break, where we even supported other districts that were closed during that week. And so I'm just so appreciative of the amazing commitment that our entire CNS workers have demonstrated throughout this year. So tonight, we were able to do a nice little buffet dinner for them before the board meeting. And this evening, we would like to call each school and their CNS team up to be recognized with a certificate and to take a picture with the board. So I would encourage the board to come to the front, and I believe, Ms. Marquez, are you reading the names off? But
Yes,
before
I
we
am.
do that, any other comments by trustees?
Go ahead, Lorena Chavez.
I just wish they could all be inside to hear how extraordinary they've all been, how absolutely heroic they've all been. I mean, they were out there when, right from the get-go, right from the beginning, when we didn't even know what this was. Like when this was scaring the out of us, they were there. And I'm in awe. I'm in awe of them all.
We actually have the board meeting streaming out in the lobby, so they can hear our comments.
Good. Thank you all. You're heroes.
And I mean, for me, there's almost something sacred about handling food and being just the vessel, the channel, the provider of that kind of sustenance for the school, family, and community. And you're right there, person to person, and caring about how it's presented and whether it's healthy and nutritious. And we talk values, but you live them and you express them in your work every day. So deep, deep recognition and gratitude to our Child Nutrition Services staff. Thank you.
Go ahead, Lorena Chavez.
Thank you. I echo everything that my colleagues have said, and I'd love to say a few words in español. Para nuestros trabajadores, muchísimas gracias del fondo de nuestro corazón por estar ahí, por nuestra comunidad, nuestros estudiantes durante toda la pandemia. Se pusieron a riesgo cuando no sabíamos exactamente qué estaba pasando o qué iba a pasar, y sin embargo, ustedes no pensaron dos veces, ahí estuvieron sin duda alguna, y las gracias no es suficiente para describir lo que sentimos, y sentimos un orgullo tremendo de decir que ustedes son parte de la familia de Eastside. Muchísimas gracias.
Board Member Doe.
Thank you. I'd just like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude, and just like my fellow board member, for the heroic sacrifices the CNF staff have made, especially in the early days, and continue to do so as we are learning more and more about this pandemics. But certainly in the early days where we did not know anything, and you were out there making sure that our kids do not go hungry. So thank you for your sacrifice, and this is a great privilege for us to honor you today.
So one last thing I would like to say that thank you for leadership, Julie Kasperger, for your dedication, and you really listened to us. I know that when I visit all of those sites, I went into the cafeteria and I went into the kitchen and really see how their hard work and the commitment to really provide the food for students, and this wasn't during the pandemic. I'm really commend Julio Pardo, and other staff has been worked very hard at YB and Andrew Hill High School. And I know that I attend a couple of times that we provide food for the community, as well as the Superintendent Chris Fung. So I know how hard they work, and especially during the hot weather. So I really appreciate it. And I looking forward to all of this, a good new menu next time when I come back to the site. Thank you. So let's take a picture.
Invite you all up, yep.
So we begin honoring our CNS staff from Andrew Hill High School, Facil Mersha, Elba Ochoa, Lina Tep, Jacqueline T. Lay, Aurelia Ortiz, Nak Nguyen, Hong Fan, T. Nam Ding. Congratulations to our Andrew Hill CNS staff. If we can have the Calero CNS staff enter the boardroom, please. Congratulations. Our next staff we will be honoring is our staff from Calero High School, Georgina, Brazil. Congratulations to Calero High School staff. Next, we have our staff here from the district office, the Education Center. We have Kelly Cardona, Shilpa Singha, Veronica Sanchez, and Rachel Subega. Evergreen Valley High School CNS staff, if you could enter the boardroom, please. Congratulations. Next, we recognize and honor the Evergreen Valley High School CNS staff, Ernestina Tina Murillo, Celestina Sanchez, Maria Gonzalez Villa, and Sonia Vargas. If we can have Independence High School staff be ready, please. Bravo, congratulations, Evergreen. From Independence High School, congratulations to our CNS staff, Samantha Beltran, Debbie Garcia, Mary Costa, Lon Nguyen, Sona Dede Inguez, Maria Alves, Nora Nava, Violeta Ley, Sonia Valle, Na Mary Maidens, Juanita Janice Chacon, Veronica Mendoza, and Melgenia Mimi Roque. Congratulations. Congratulations, Independence. James Lick High School. So we honor and recognize our CNS staff from James Lick High School, Lorena Diaz, Maria Luis, Berta Romero, Marta de Quiñones, and Sonia Cruz. Congratulations, James Lick High School. Next, we have Mount Pleasant High School. And from Mount Pleasant High School, we honor Delfina Put, Diana Du, Lilia de la Riva, Rosario Enciso, Celeste Walker, and Maria Jimenez de Santa Cruz. Mount Pleasant High School. Oak Grove High School is next. Congratulations, Mount Pleasant. From Oak Grove High School, we recognize Maria Teresa Herrera, Maria Cuaresma, Maria de los Ayala Farias, and Ana Guillen. Congratulations. Piedmont Hills High School. From Piedmont Hills High School, we recognize and honor Raquel Vargas, Kidan Woldib, Maria Quintero, Piedmont Hills High School. Santa Teresa High School is next. Congratulations, Piedmont Hills High School. Next, we honor Santa Teresa High School, Jonah Hayes, Sofani Inget, and Gilbert Armendariz. Congratulations. From Silver Creek High School, we recognize and honor Goretti Rosa, Maria Cervantes, Angelica Sanchez, and Maria Judy Martins. William C. Overfelt High School is next. Congratulations. From Overfelt High School, we recognize and honor Leila Ojeda, Maria Jaimes, Hilda Astorga, Victoria Montoya Valdez, Rosa Franco, Xochi Quintero, Yvette Valle, and Gloria Cervantes. William C. Overvelt High School. Congratulations. And finally, from Yerba Buena High School, we honor and recognize Angelina Tellez, Ermalinda Abad Ruiz, Jonalyn Ventura, Berta Orozco, and Marta Guerrero.
All right, the next one we have a presentation for a student who did the app for child nutrition, right, for the menu in our district. So Superintendent Fang, do you have the name? We invite the student or Mr. Glenn Van Der Zee.
Rob Navani is a student that will be coming up from Evergreen High School and demonstrating this amazing new app that allows for students to be able to order their lunches and breakfast through an app that he has developed. So tonight we have the honor to have him come and demonstrate that app. And so come on up to the podium. Is he here? Oh, there he is. Come on up, and then I don't know if you actually, I would rather have you control this. It's your app. So do you want me to open this, or do you want to take over so you can demonstrate it? Uh-huh. Yes. So you want me just to launch the presentation and here, you don't want to go through it. You want me to move down for you? Fantastic. All righty. I was afraid you were going to make me use the app, but good.
Pulpit needs to turn his mic on.
There you go. Good. Thank you.
I would like to thank Randy Phelps, Julie Kasperger, and Jeff Tablack, as well as the entire IT department, without whose help this would not have been possible. So here is a bit about me. I'm a sophomore at EVHS, and I enjoy participating in math and CS competitions. And last year I played varsity water polo, and I've been working on the e-lunch app for the past 1.5 years. Next slide. So here is the meal service process streamlined. So in 2020, there was a survey that went out that stated that long lunch lines were a major concern from students. So, and from my experience at EVHS, I've seen students wait in long lines to get their lunch, and some students don't even get their lunch by the end of the lunch period. So in order to fix this, the e-lunch system will eliminate meal ordering lines. So in order to do this, students will be able to order meals from their phone or their computer up to 5 days in advance. And also this e-lunch system will significantly reduce meal pickup lines. So there would be meal carts distributed all across campus, and students are then notified of the pickup location once they input their order on the app. And also carts, the menu lunch carts would be operated by students who then scan their student ID to confirm their order pickup. Next slide. So here's more about how it works. So again, students will be able to order from their phone or their computer up to 5 days in advance. And this app would support breakfast, combination lunches, and a la carte orders. So I've attached some screenshots of the app. So on the first screenshot, we see that the student is presented with 3 options, either breakfast, combo lunch, or a la carte. And let's say the student picks a la carte, then the student sees all 5 days, and let's say they click on Wednesday, they see the entire list of items they can buy for the a la carte and with the price, and they can also adjust the quantity. And on the next screenshot, once the student is done picking their items, they see a summary of all the items they ordered, as well as the total price. Next slide. So here's some more details on how it works. So students, again, they place the order in 5 days in advance, and they can edit or cancel this order until the date of service. And students are then, once the student places the order, they are notified of a pickup time and location. And in terms of the school kitchen would confirm the daily orders, and the app would automatically create a label which would contain a barcode. And this label would be attached to a meal. So then a notification of the meal location and of the meal location pickup in time would be given to the student. And finally, the school kitchen part of the app, it already integrates order with the existing meal system used by the district. Next slide. So here are some of the benefits that this app would provide. So first, it would repurpose high-value employee labor to focus on supporting meal production. So self-ordering and pickup would eliminate the prolonged employee time at point-of-sale stations. And also, it would reduce food waste and increase food purchase planning. So food managers will be able to track how many lunches are being ordered and how much ingredients they need to buy so there's not much food wastage. And finally, there would be a potential revenue growth for the district as a result of the no line express ordering and delivery, as more students would be willing to get lunch and because of the no line express ordering. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you. And are there any questions?
How long have you been a genius? No, no, when I was listening to you, I was thinking, I said, how long has he been a genius? I mean, how did you learn to do something with this complexity? Where'd you pick that up? Or
Yeah, so I've been pretty much coding since I think like 6th grade. And then starting 9th grade, I met up with, I first met up with Randy, and then he connected me with Julie and Jeff, who have both been a great help in developing this app.
great. Well, thank you for this work. It's amazing.
Thank you.
I really admire, your dedication, and also I'm really proud. You are one of our Eastside students, and I can be amazing that you took the time and be creative, for this app. And I think this is the first time that I heard, and I know that it's gonna take, we can save a lot of money as time and also for food waste. And I'm really interested because I know when I visit the school site, and I know that those people have a long line. Right now, we can cut the line shorter. I mean, that's really amazing. Second thing is food waste, and and the time that the staff to be prepared, and especially for Julie Kasperger staff that work very hard every lunchtime. That's just really amazing. So I wish you, a lot of luck when you bring this app maybe later on to be the real world. You're gonna probably make a lot of money. You be like someone else, my board vice president say you're very genius, and I'm really admire and really comment for your dedication, your creativity, and actually you're very smart. One of the comment that I really want to open up from all my board colleagues. Go ahead, board member Chavez.
Yes, definitely echo everything my board member colleague said. And when this hasn't been rolled out, right? Or has it?
No.
When it's rolled out, can you let us know? I'd love to be able to use it and order some food. So yes, please let us know. And also I want to take a moment to recognize your father. He's in that corner, Mr. Vicas. Let's give him a round of applause as well. It takes a lot, as a parent too, I know, try to raise strong contributors to this society, to this community. And so because you're not only doing an amazing job with your son, right? And who knows what else, but you're also part of our audit committee. So an involved parent. So thank you for your time and for being an amazing role model to your son. Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead, board member Doe.
I have no doubt you're going to be very successful someday. And I'm just glad that Eastside Union High School districts play a small part in helping there. So I also, well, first of all, I'm very impressed with you. I'm extremely impressed. One of my first big sales was to my college, but I was a lot older than you today. So I'm incredibly impressed by how thorough you thought our process. And I also want to appreciate Mr. Randy Phelps. I don't know where you are in the room here, but for, there you are, sir. Thank you for helping our students. Much appreciated. And I'm looking forward to hear more and more of your success someday. Long after you leave Eastside Union High School District, I'm sure we will continue to read about your success in the paper.
Thank you.
All right. No other board member comments, then I'd like to invite all board comment with me. We present this award as in recognition of Arad Navani of his creativity and development of a meal order application for the student of Eastside Union High School District. All right, the next person I would like to take the time to recognize is our own Superintendent Chris Fung. With his vision, his leadership, and his multi-skill, very effective communication, and has been his dedication for Eastside Union High School District for last 9 years. And I cannot say enough that we are very proud of Superintendent Chris Fung, and we wish him luck to go to Dublin District, a bit farther than us, but we're still gonna communicate because still, in the Bay Area. So looking forward to, hearing from you, Superintendent Fung. I would like to open up for my board college, especially for Vice Board President Manuel Herrera.
Thank you. Oops. I do appreciate this opportunity to acknowledge and recognize our Superintendent Chris Funk for his 9 years working with us, the Eastside Union High School District, and also to congratulate him on his new position as the superintendent for the Dublin Unified School District, which is about 35 miles away from here. So you're not going to get too far away from us. And I just want to acknowledge that the Eastside Union High School District is large and diverse and complex, and we have an Eastside culture. And that culture includes that in any given month, we're not necessarily agreeing with each other, and yet we're always learning from each other. And that is one way that perfectly captures the journey of the board and the superintendent. We haven't always agreed during these 9 years, but we've always learned from each other. And I've especially appreciated the superintendent's willingness to go a second and a third mile and to do whatever it took to work as a team, to be partners, and to adapt. And you have developed during these 9 years, I believe, a new superpower of adaptability, of learning how to work with complex dynamics and still give your gift, contribute your part of a collective wisdom, in a group or in a team approach. So we're wishing you the best at Dublin Unified School District. Give us some updates now and then. And thank you for your time with us, Mr. Superintendent.
Board Member Patty Cotisi.
6 years ago, you swore me in right there. It's been amazing working with you, Chris. I appreciate your professionalism, your vision, your commitment to our students. I especially appreciated the initiatives that you were championing have championed. The mindfulness, the social emotional learning, I forget the name of the organization, but, I did the professional development with that group, and I just saw the power of that work to really make such a powerful difference for our kids in terms of their ability to really be present. They all bring their lives into the classroom, and providing those tools to our teachers so that they can be present for students and for the students themselves to really be present so that they can learn. It's just extraordinary. I mean, I've often said you're like the most transformational superintendent, and I know you'll continue to share that blessing with the next group of people who get to work with you, and you'll be sorely, sorely missed here. So thank you for your years of service. It's been a joy.
Board Member Chavez.
Where do I start? Chris, I feel blessed to have had the opportunity to work alongside you for almost 3 years as a board member. Hopefully I made your job easier and not harder. I know, right? It goes by fast. Hopefully that's a good thing. Your book. But when I was thinking about what to say, I was like, I don't even know where to start. But three words came to mind that I think are really important in a leader: visionary, student-centered, especially in a school district, and relentlessness, especially when things get hard, like not giving up. And you are definitely a model for me. I know for the community, but especially for our students. You've done a lot. And thank you doesn't begin to cut it. So as an East Sider, just want to say thank you. We really appreciate all the work that you've done, the foundation that you set so that the great work continues to happen, because you've fostered a lot of amazing leaders here too. So with you leaving, great things are not necessarily leaving, right? And so that really is a testament to your leadership. Don't be a stranger. Dublin is really lucky to have you. Wish you the very best.
Board Member Doe.
6 months ago, you swore me right there. I'm a very new board member, but I don't know you remember in our first meeting, Chris, I told you that I think you are the best superintendent Eastside Union District ever had in the 30 years that I have known about Eastside Union, since I was a high school student here. And now that I've served on the board, I know absolutely how amazing you are as a superintendent. And I know Dublin is very, very lucky to have you. You will do amazing thing there for the students, for the staff there, and I wish you the best of luck. But I have no doubt that you will be incredibly successful wherever you go.
How about Bruce Nguyen, Student Governing Board Representative? Do you have any comments?
Yeah, absolutely. Chris, Superintendent Funk, you have done a lot for the student and the student bodies over the past 2 years. I have witnessed this myself when you have advised the Student Governing Board on several of the different things going on about our district. And you have given a lot of insight on how we as a student can be able to advocate for change and for different policies to be set forth in our district, because Eastside is really proactive and really progressive, and you have helped a lot of people see that. And through your many actions on like sending out emails to parents, sending out messages on the district website, you have kept this district very in touch, very, very in touch with what's happening across the entire world. And we are grateful for these past 9 years. And as a senior, I've seen how my schools have changed in your direction, and I can say that it's been going really well. So those are my comments. Thank you so much.
Well, I think it's one thing that I probably will remember, Chris, the most is when we hire you in July, and I mentioned to Chris Fung that I really want to have McKinney Eventual project was started, because a year before, when I first started in 2010, the former superintendent did not have enough time to really put things together. So Chris took the idea and really jumped in there. And the first year that we organized the first Macanivento, I think Chris, you and we started, and I hope that you come back for this year Macanivento. That will be marked the 10th year, right? And it's really a significant year and an annual for me to have you, because you and we started together, and you really motivate and order, staff that really bring a joy, and we change it and we revise it and we, have a different idea every year. So I'm really impressed, and I'm really miss you for that particular Macanivento project, as well as I know that the student will miss you for your vision. Thank you for that. I think that I have ACES Ginny Davis, ACE President. ACES President would like to say a few words to thank you, Superintendent Chris Funk.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Ginny Davis, and I'm here tonight as the president of the Administrative Collaborative of Eastside, and to publicly thank Chris Funk for his leadership for the past 9 years. Chris, in many ways, you've been our coach as well as our superintendent. You have pushed us, been our teacher, been our cheerleader, and given us a dose of tough love when needed. As a group, we've been driven to adopt greater, more ambitious goals and expectations of our schools, our teachers, our students, and ourselves. Eastside is a better district due to your leadership. 9 years ago, each site was an island doing its own thing with no sense of what the vision of the district was. The Eastside's commitment to equity, wellness, and community is now ingrained in our culture, and that is due to your leadership. I speak for all administrators in Eastside when I say we are proud to have worked with you, and that we wish you the best of luck in Dublin. That is our theme of our gift for you. Something for you to put on your new desk and hopefully to remember us fondly. We have succulents that are hard to kill, and in a shamrock theme bowl that represents your new home. Thank you.
Awesome.
Can I take a photo? Yeah.
Thank you, Ginny Davis. Julio Pardo, do you like to say a few words, or you want to wait for public meeting, item 10? Julio Pardo, CCA President. Mike.
Julio Pardo, CSCA President, Chapter 187, East Foothills. I didn't see this on the agenda, so I wasn't prepared. I was going to mention it during item 10. I'm glad I could do it separately from that. Chris, I just want to say that things aren't perfect here with classified, but they are so much better than they were 9 years ago. I can definitely vouch for that. Right now, there are some little individual things that we have to handle for individual people, but overall, let's face it, I mean, we have to admit it, our salaries are better. You know, I'll say that much. The atmosphere at several schools is much better than it used to be. We still have some issues that I'll be discussing with the new superintendent. But I don't think there's anything that can be that can't be resolved very easily because of the way you've changed things in this district. So I do appreciate you were open to us much more than former superintendents, at least to me anyway. And from what I understand from other colleagues of mine in the past, yes, we can speak to some, but it tended that we're not sure that they were actually listening to us or hearing what we had to say. And with me, I felt that you were listening to me and you did hear what I had to say. So I appreciate that. I do wish you luck where you're going. I'm just surprised. It's got to be easier for when talking with some people. One high school cannot be that hard to handle. So I'm hoping that the community there will be supportive of you, because that's what really counts. And I know that you work well in the community. So I just wish you the best and good luck in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Julio Pardo. All right, now we want to present.
Before we,
The one, thank you.
There is
Bridget,
one
please.
hand raised.
All right.
Priscilla Ortiz, you may speak. Unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. My name is Lucila. I'm the organizing director for Californians for Justice San Jose. I also just wanted to take the time to thank Superintendent Funk for all that he has done for the district. We've been really fortunate to have worked with you and have called and have been a champion, have a champion in you. I just wanted to thank you for your board leadership, always standing up for equity and taking big steps to create a better district for our students of color. Your leadership and commitment to equity have made a big impact on our students and will have a lasting legacy in the East Side. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Teresa Marcus, you want to say something to Superintendent Chris Funk?
I do, just briefly. Chris, the job of a superintendent is thankless. So today I thank you. The job of a superintendent is nonstop. So today I say, take a break. The job of a superintendent is darn hard. So today, take a load off. The job of superintendent is draining. So today, fill yourself up with the much deserved praise, gratitude, and acknowledgement. So as you take on the next superintendency, you enter it knowing that as superintendent, you should be thanked. It should not have to be nonstop, and it doesn't have to be so darn hard. Thank you, Chris, and good luck to you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready to present?
and we're going to be taking a photo with, the board's going to be taking a photo with the superintendent, but we also wanted to present him with a special acknowledgement here. And we ordered a special bevel cut glass that exposed to the light out of the box. It has an additional sparkle that you don't usually see in these kinds of awards. And I'll read what it says. It's titled Chris D. Funk, Superintendent, East Side Union High School District, June 2012 to June 2021. With deepest gratitude for your dedicated leadership, commitment, and support of the students, staff, parents, and community of the East Side Union High School District, ESUHSD. And then it lists the ESUHSD Board of Trustees, Von T. Lay, J. Manuel Herrera, Lorena Chavez, Patty Cortese, Brian Doe, dated May 20, 2021. And we expect this to be prominently displayed at your next place of employment, what have you. So we'd like to present it to you down here and have a photo.
Yeah. I also want to thank you, Mary. Mary Gillen did a good job and presented for us some option. And Manuel and I, we picked this one is the best one for Chris. Chris, do you like to say a few words or you want to wait until the end of the open session?
Well, if you don't mind, I'll say a few now and be brief. First of all, I just really appreciate all the kind words and the kind gifts. You know, as a 45-year-old first-time superintendent, although I may express a lot of confidence, I was actually extremely nervous taking over the job of superintendent for Eastside. But I was very fortunate. One, because as a lifelong resident of San Jose, I did not have to pick up my family when my boys were in middle school and high school at the time. And I just had an amazing board to allow me to grow with them. And we've changed over the years, and with Mr. Herrera being the constant. There's no question, as a superintendent after 9 years, there were a few mistakes made for sure, but I am so proud of the overall growth that we've had in the 9 years. I hope that the district is in better shape than it was when I first took over. And I certainly think that that's all because of the people and the relationships that we have here. I've stated this before, that I think right now, at this point in time, I have the strongest leadership from top to bottom that I've had in 9 years. And so that is exciting for Glenn to be able to use as he enters his first term as a superintendent. So I'm just very thankful for all the relationships. I'm very thankful for having the room that the board gave me and this community gave me to grow as a leader. I'll take everything that I've learned here, I'll treasure it, and I'll apply it to Dublin. And it just so happens that I will be driving by my exit every single day on my way to Dublin that I've taken for the last 9 years. So that will be an interesting change, and see how many times I just accidentally pull off the exit when I'm in cruise control there. So, but this community, you know, San Jose Unified, I spent 18 years. That was my first family. That was where I graduated from. I had the honor to go back and be the high school principal of the school I graduated from. And the last 9 years, this is my adopted family. And I do believe it's a second family. And I'm just proud of everything that Eastside represents. And I just wish everyone not only great health in the future, I just hope great success for the district. And, you know, I have 3 quick recommendations for the new superintendent. First recommendation, there'll be 3 letters for you when you enter the office. So the first sign of trouble that you're feeling some pressure, open up that letter. What that letter will say is blame the previous superintendent. That will buy you some time, at least a year. Just blame the previous superintendent. And then over the course of time, you're going to hit some road bumps again. And when you're feeling the pressure, open that second letter. Because when I did that, the letter stated to me, reorganize. Because every time you change the chairs on the deck, people think change is going to happen, and it buys you more time. So reorganize. And then the third time you hit bumpy waters and you don't know what to do, that third letter will tell you to write your own 3 letters. Good luck to you.
That's awesome, Chris. Really good advice too. The next superintendent, Glenn Vanderzee. All right. So now let me invite Bruce Nguyen, Student Governance Board Representative, for your presentation. I know that I skipped because we have the board recognition and presentation, so we bumped it up. So sorry about that. Okay, Bruce, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I would definitely like to report on the activities of the Student Governing Board. So last Monday on May 17th, we held a Student Governing Board meeting. And much of the conversation was centered around re-electing and electing new officers and new board members for the student governing board. We were looking at, I need to take off my mask, it's easier. So we were looking at how some schools were still waiting for their administrations to host these elections. And it is essential that all schools should have at least a senior representative because they are serving 2-year terms. So at least if they were elected last year, they would be continuing into the next year or this year. And we would definitely like to prefer vacancies be filled through appointment. So we would be contacting each school to ensure that members can be filled in as soon as possible. And then for the next school year, we definitely want to make sure that freshmen do get elected. And hopefully we do have a full roster, which should be approximately 55 students. Some of the changes that we would like to see would definitely be to have more participation. We would like to open up more committees, student committees for outreach to manage attendance and also to manage communication with other schools. And what this means is that we would email administrators and also message school ASBs. It is really easy nowadays because teens have access to social media, so we can be really friendly, and hopefully SGB has a working relationship with ASBs for the next school year. The second topic we discussed is perhaps about the pass to no pass policy. So as you already know, it was approved for the first semester, and I would say most students would have benefited, or they have benefited from this because, of course, with the pandemic, more Fs have shown up on students' transcripts, and this gives students that relief, right? So yeah, there are clear benefits, and we would definitely want to continue that conversation on whether or not that can be passed for the next semester or this semester. And when you look at that, when you look at it from this perspective, if a freshman this year comes into high school not knowing what to do, right? And if they do get those Fs right, what's going to happen? They might struggle for the next year or the next 2 years, right? Or even continuing towards their senior year. So that could risk their graduation. So acting now this year would definitely benefit the freshman class and to benefit all those students who have been struck down by COVID-19 and the pandemic. And it would also alleviate issues with mental health, which I would highly encourage that to be continued next year as well. So the next topic, the Student Governing Board also was looking into Title IX policies as written in the Education Amendment. So clearly there are ways that it could be improved, and we are looking into where or who we can contact. So on June 7th and to June 11th, the U.S. Department of Education is inviting students and the public to improve the Title IX policies through public comments. And it's recommended that the district can create that conversation, or at least publicize that the United States is working with more than like many people in general to talk about this policy and how to improve sexual harassment proceedings. So with that said, we are also interested in seeing the uniform behavior responses be improved. So that is an item, and we are interested in seeing that be simplified, or seeing more students understand what uniform behavior responses are, instead of it just being something on the wall. So yeah, and that's pretty much everything that we were talking about for that meeting. Some of the next steps is definitely to close up our year. We do know that finals is next week, so we wanted to give students that time to study and do their AP exams. And today I just had one, so I definitely know that a lot of the work can be continued by after the school ends. Our terms do end on June 30th. So if there is still time, we would definitely enjoy one last bonding session as a group here. The work of the Student Governing Board is tremendous. And with my fellow officers, right, Paula Escobar, Angelo Hin, and Francine Estranero, they have been marvelous people. We all come from different schools, but however, and even despite distance learning, we have remained really, really great acquaintances, really great friends. And I can see how the student governing board is a beacon in this school year. So hopefully by the end of this month or next month, we can be able to host something fun after finals. So that's pretty much our report, and I thank the board for creating this opportunity, creating the student governing board. And this was under Chris Funk's I would say track record, giving student voice, giving the community a bigger platform, right? Connecting more stakeholders. So I'm really happy that has happened.
Thank you, Bruce, for your report, and we appreciate your time and also your commitment to be a student governing board representative. And you always be on top of one of those issues relating to student, and also encourage others to be involved, to have their voice, as a student governing board representative. For the resolution, I want to mention that for resolution F versus NP will be discussed a special board meeting on Monday, next Monday, May 24, 6 to 10 p.m. So we cannot discuss anything today. But other us, I'm very impressed about your work. And I know that you grow a lot with this responsibility, as well as be a leader, for student governing board. So I'm really happy and commend for your hard work and dedication as well. Then you're one of the leaders, so you're probably gonna make us proud, on the next time when you move up to college and maybe come back to support the community as well as the East Side District. Anyone wants to have to say anything? No, if not, then we move to 8.01. Hold public hearing approximately now is 7:08 regarding adoption of resolution number 20-21-32, enter into an energy services contract with Aqua Sources Commercial Pool Systems, district-wide mechanical and electrical upgrades, Independence High School Pool Boiler Project, Government Code Section 4217.12. Mr. Chris Chu, Associate Superintendent of Business Services, Julio Lucas, Senior Manager of the Bond, Rogers Silveira, Director of Facilities, Maintenance and Operation, Brandy Mayhew, Director of Bond Purchasing and Contract, and Tu Nguyen, Capital Project Purchasing Manager. Yes, opening up the open public hearing. I'm calling for public speaker the first time. I don't hear anything, so I'm calling for public speaker for second time. I'm calling for public speaker third and final. I don't see anyone.
Madam, there is no written public comment.
No written. Thank you, Mr. Van der Zee. All right, if we don't have anyone, I want to state on record that there have been no person present who are interested in providing testimony. The public testimony portion of this item is now closed. The public testimony, this matter is now closed. All right, so we move to 8.02. Discussion and action to adopt resolution number 2020-2021-32, district-wide mechanical and electrical upgrade, Independence High School and Pool Boiler Project. So 8.02 for Chris Chu, Associate Superintendent Business Services, Julio Lucas, Senior Manager of Bond, Roger Silvera, Director of Facility, Maintenance and Operation, Brandy Mayhew, Director of Bond Purchasing and Contact, and Tu Nguyen, Capital Project Purchasing Managers. So this one, discussion and action, adopt resolutions. So I need an action. All right, so I need an emotion.
Move
So
to
I don't-
approve?
All right, we have move approval from Board Member Patty Cotisi and second by Board Member Brian Doe. Do we need to do roll call?
Nope,
Nope.
we do not need roll call, but you start with.
Oh, we
President
start
Nguyen,
with that, yeah.
or-
I forgot about it. It's been a while, so Bruce Nguyen, how do you vote?
I approve.
All right. Excuse me. Thank you. All in favors?
Aye.
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 Any option, any absenteeism? Any absent? So
I'm
the board,
wondering if, because it's being followed on Zoom, whether we need to do a roll call still or not.
No.
Okay, okay,
we don't need to do roll call, but yeah.
okay.
Item 8.02 was approved unanimously by all of the board. Thank you. So we move to 8.03, hold public hearing at approximately 7:12. Disclosure of major provision of proposed tentative agreement with East Side Teacher Associations, CTA and EA. So I'm calling for the first time for public speaker. If I don't hear anyone, I'm calling for second time. And I'm calling for the third and final call for testimony. So anyone raise hand, Mr. Van der Zee, or? All
There's
right.
no written public comment.
Thank you. So be no person present or interest in providing testimony. The public testimony on this matter is now closed. All right, we move to 8.04, discussion and action to ratify and approve tentative agreement with Eastside Teacher Association, CTA and EA per AB 1200, Governance Code Section 3547.5. Mr. Glenn Van der Zee.
Yes, what you have before you is a tentative agreement that was reached between the Eastside District and the Eastside Teachers Association. And that, I just want to say thank you to both bargaining teams and both groups. I don't know if anybody's ever negotiated over Zoom before, but we figured it out and really began our negotiations on both sides with the clear knowledge that we're building equitable communities. We're going to disagree at times on how to get there and how to build them, but we're going to work together to find common ground and move to that. So what you have before you is a tentative agreement with language and which for the next 3 years in the contract. You also see a 4% salary increase with an opener for next year in January of 2022. And again, going over Zoom, really hammering out some issues and reaching an agreement with a lot of unknowns. And doing so in 6 meetings, I think speaks to the spirit of collaboration and focus that really is emblematic of the leadership of Mr. Funk and where we are as a district. And I want to thank both teams for their participation. And I present it now to the board. It's for approval.
Second.
And Madam President, our student governing board does not vote on this one.
All right, thank you. All right, so motions approved by Board Patty Kazisi and second by Board Member Lorena Chavez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the item
Opposed?
8.04
Any
will approve
abstentions?
unanimously. No objection, no abstention. All right, thank you. Let's move to 9.01 Superintendent Board Member request that item may be considered, discussed, and acted on out of the order indicate of the agenda as per schedule. I didn't see anyone. Then we move to, yes. Oh, yes.
May I request, this is not a big move, but can we move 903 to the next item? Just because I know there are students who want to speak and get on with their other things.
Sure. All right, so we move 9.03 to next. All right, okay, so we will be for 9.02. All right, I think we don't have any objections, so let's move to 9.03, presentation, discussion, and action regarding the expanded learning opportunities, ELO grants. Teresa Marcus, Associate Superintendent of Educational Services.
Thank you. Good evening, Board. Teresa Marquez, Associate Superintendent for Educational Services. Tonight, what I bring to you is the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant Plan, which is part of Assembly Bill 86. I'd like to begin by sharing with you and the public that for us, although these funds come to us as a one-time opportunity, we really want to ensure that we leverage them to continue to build our Eastside equitable communities. And so again, as we normally do, I bring to you our stance for how we're approaching this particular grant. And that's through the lens of equitable Eastside communities where all our students continue to be welcomed as they are, where their areas of growth are supported, where their strengths are known and valued, where all the adults in the system can positively respond to the various needs that they bring, and where students, when instructed in class, are provided tasks that are going to fully develop their strategic thinking skills so they can participate fully, not only in their local communities, but in the global society. So just for some background information, this particular grant and the funding that comes along with it was a result of Assembly Bill 86, which authorized about $6.6 billion for schools across the state of California. And so we are intact to receive about $16.6 million as part of this particular expanded learning opportunity grant. The total allotment of $6.6 billion comes in two parts. The first part, which will not be addressed as part of this, is the in-person instruction, which is the funds that we qualify for returning by April 1st to provide in-person instruction to our students of the East Side. This particular grant is part of the larger $4 billion that have been allocated to specifically provide services for our students to ensure that we recover any learning loss that may have been experienced, that we continue to address barriers to learning, in particular any trauma or social emotional needs that they may have as we begin to plan for a return to in-person. Next slide, please. It's okay. Specifically, this plan calls for us to focus on 7 key areas. The first one being around opportunities to extend learning time, and that could include summer school, sessions during Saturdays, and sessions during our intersession or when schools are not in session, so our breaks. Another area of focus is to truly accelerate the progress to close learning gaps. And so some of the areas or strategies that they've included for us to respond to could include things like tutoring, one-on-one learning sessions with students, small group sessions to support students' needs provided by both certificated and classified staff, instructional materials that students are able to access at home so that they can fill in whatever learning gaps it is that they may have and accelerate their learning, and any kind of professional training or professional development for our educators to ensure that we're able to effectively re-engage with our students upon return to in-person. The third target area is around really looking at what are those barriers to learning that our students have in front of them as a result of this pandemic, and address them by providing them the supports and the services that they need to be able to respond to, for us to be able to respond to the needs that they may have. Next slide, please. And then the last 4 key areas of focus that we're expected to respond to as part of this plan include continuing to provide learning hubs for students who may continue to have a barrier to access connectivity, a safe space for them to continue to do their work for those students that may choose to stay in some sort of remote learning through independent studies. Another area is our supports for our credit deficient students. And so really looking at our current students, what it is that they have lost in terms of credits, and provide those recovery programs available through Cyber High, through summer school, through those intersessions that I spoke of. And then finally, the last 2 areas our broader additional academic services for students, which could include looking at diagnostic assessment for our students to really identify those learning gaps specific to content area. And then again, training for our staff on strategies that will help them re-engage with students specific to restorative practices, trauma-informed practices, and really looking at how we can address our students' social, emotional health and academic needs. So those are the key 7 areas that are required as part of Assembly Bill 86 for us to respond in the plan. This was a really tight turnaround that had to be done. The template and the plan and the information for funding actually came out just in March, late March, March 25th. We were then expected to engage our stakeholders and begin drafting the plan in April, and then turn around and have it adopted by our Board of Trustees before June 1st. And so I'm here on May 20th, and I will be requesting that you do indeed approve the plan. Because of such a short timeline, this is intended to be a living document. And so even though you will be approving it with some of the major input provided by our stakeholder, as well as some major initiatives that we have included as part of the plan, please note that it is a living document that we may have to return to and alter based on the needs of our students. I want to make sure that the board and our community are well aware that there are some fiscal requirements that we must adhere to. These are one-time dollars that we are expected to expend in time for us to submit our report by December 1st of 2022. So essentially, we have these funds available for us to use this summer for the 2021-22 school year, and then the summer of 2022, before we then have to do the paperwork to ensure that we are meeting the requirements as per the grant and are able to submit our reports. Part of the fiscal requirements also do include that 85% of the funds allocated to us must be used for us to re-engage with our students in person. 10% of the funds have to be used to ensure that we're supporting our paraprofessionals, whether it's hiring additional paraprofessionals or providing training and professional development so that they're able to support the needs of our English learners, our students with disabilities. Next slide, please. So in the short period of time that was allotted to us, I was able to offer a number of sessions for input. I was able to offer a session for administrators, 2 sessions for our classified and certificated staff, and 2 sessions for our parents, students, and community members. Additionally, I reached out to all of our teachers and I asked them if they would spend some class time to engage with their students to gather input. I really wanted to capture student input for this particular grant because it's expected for us to be able to provide services for our students. And so I really wanted to capture from them what it is that they wanted or needed in terms of really addressing those barriers to learning that they may have experienced, as well as addressing the learning gaps. And so quite a few teachers took me up on the offer. I provided a lesson plan for them that they were able to use with their students to capture input. And they also provided a survey. I also did send out a survey to students where we were able to capture their responses and input as part of this expanded learning opportunities grant. I was very targeted in the questions that I did ask and I posed to our stakeholders because of the very specific requirements of this plan. And so what you see here are specifically the guiding questions. And of greatest importance, I really wanted to focus our stakeholders on responding to the following. How do we leverage the ELO funds, which come to approximately 16.6 million, to continue to build equitable communities? So let's not see it as just, hey, we have this money, what can we do with it? No, let's really hone in and focus on how do we continue the work of building equitable communities? How do we leverage these dollars that are being provided to us to continue moving forward and building equitable communities? And then more specifically, as part of the survey, you could see the key 4 questions that were asked in alignment with those 7 key areas that we're expected to respond to. Next slide, please. And so from across all our stakeholders, these were the key items that were surfaced, both from the survey, the teacher input, the administrator input, and of course, the student input. A need for online credit recovery options. So there's still this continued interest to ensure that we have online credit recovery options for our students. Summer school was also a big one that our stakeholders wanted to make sure that we provided. After school credit recovery options, tutoring, mental health and social emotional supports, interventions that start earlier at the 9th and 10th grades, as opposed to waiting till they're credit deficient at the 11th and senior grades. This was a big one for our students. They really want to have opportunities to have enrichment classes beyond just the traditional content core classes. And so a lot of them responded that they would really like to see financial literacy, coding, and things like culinary arts as offerings outside of the regular core content, either after school or on Saturdays. Yes.
So this is stakeholder input, but I'm curious, how many of these would you say were emphasized or, you know, themes that emerged out of your interactions with students directly?
So these are the ones that were common across all stakeholders, but the one that from the students specifically that to point out to was tutoring, social, emotional, mental health support, and the enrichment classes such as financial literacy, coding, and culinary arts. Those were the top 3 for students. Additionally, there was input for ensuring that we have primary language support for not only our students, but our families. Parent workshops, that was a big one for our parents, making sure that we're able to continue to provide workshops for how to navigate the system so that they can better support their students. And then finally, professional development for staff focused around restorative practices, trauma-informed care, universal design for learning, and culturally responsive teaching. In the next slide, we also communicated and met with Californians for Justice, and it was really enlightening to be able to see the alignment between the stakeholder input that was collected, our vision towards building equitable communities, and the input that they gathered. They gathered input, and these were the 3 top areas where they want to ensure that we focus as part of the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant. That's wellness and mental health support. As you can see, that's in direct alignment with the other stakeholder input that was collected. Review of student workload. That was a direct response to student input that they gathered. Students were feeling, as our surveys demonstrated when we first did our distance learning survey, that students were feeling overwhelmed with the amount of work that was being given to them. And so they really wanted to see what are different ways that we can minimize that by possibly looking at more project-based learning opportunities for students that take one assignment but expand it over a larger period of time, as well as looking at how do we examine the content that we're providing for our students, as opposed to looking at it through a lens of coverage, looking at it through priority standards, which is actually in alignment with the work that we're doing with our subject area coordinators. And then finally, very much in alignment with the professional development we're looking to provide to our staff, restorative justice. So really creating spaces for how we're going to repair harm when we do cause injury or hurt each other because of our behaviors. And so finally, as I mentioned at the start, we really want to look at this as an opportunity to continue to respond as a system. And because our work towards building equitable communities is about multi-tiered systems of support, we wanted to really hone in. And if you had an opportunity to read the plan, you could see that that is clearly delineated in the plan, that the work that we're going to do specific to expanding opportunities is very much connected to multi-tiered systems of support at the tier 1 level, providing those environments across our system for all students. At the tier 2 level, providing those additional supports for those students that may need it specific to the social and emotional well-being. And at the tier 3 level, really looking at that intensive support and intervention that students are going to need both academically and behaviorally. And so finally, want to highlight some of the key areas that are included in the plan as a result of the stakeholder input collected. We're going to be looking to hire bilingual paraprofessionals to support our multilingual students in our ELD classes. We're going to look to support our work around multi-tier systems of support by hiring teachers on special assignment at each of our school sites to really have the dedicated time to coordinate and work with our school sites around implementing the various components of multi-tiered systems of support. We're going to value and honor the work of our counselors so that they have time in the summer to actually engage with our students around academic planning and advising and social emotional support. We're gonna provide professional development opportunities across our district for all staff, particular to trauma-informed care and restorative practices. We're gonna train our paraprofessionals on how to intervene and provide those strategies needed to our students with disabilities and our English learners. And we're gonna continue to provide on-demand tutoring for students through our contracted online service providers. That has been a huge response. There has been a huge response from our stakeholders, in particular our parents and students, about how valuable they have found the on-demand tutoring services that we've been able to provide to them during this distance learning. So we definitely want to expand on that. And a big item here is our expansion of summer school. And so we're in the midst of planning for an in-person return to summer school. You will hear later on the agenda, the MOU that we are entering in with our Eastside Teachers Association to really incentivize that, but also be able to expand our offerings and be able to provide learning recovery mini sessions to really allow our teachers to engage with their students in recovering any of those learning gaps that they may have experienced. Yes.
Quick question about the on-demand tutoring.
Mhm.
So, I mean, I think I read a little email about that, but that's not, that's actually like person to person, like a Zoom type of format? Is
Yes,
that
it's
right?
video conferencing and it's through chat. Students are also able to submit written work for feedback,
Yeah.
for them to receive feedback and get lesson support, get tutoring support. And so we'll be continuing that to provide that service for our students. And so finally, that brings me to a request from staff, and we are asking the board to approve the plan as presented. We are confident that we have written the plan and that it meets all the requirements of AB 86. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Teresa Marcus, for your presentation. This is very comprehensive plan. I have to say that is really a big plan. My question is for tutoring. Do we have a program that the higher level student, like senior, if they want to tutor back, for freshmen or junior, and we are willing to give them some compensation? Do we have that type of program in our district?
We do. In the summer, many of our sites actually hire their own students to work with our incoming 9th grade freshman program, to work in our math courses. So you have, like, for example, a calculus student who has successfully completed their math coursework and is strong and feels confident in that area. They'll get hired to support in the Math 1 or to support in our English learner courses. So yeah, many of our sites actually do that. That's really something that we'd like to look at, and to actually be able to provide training for the students, because it's one thing to be able to know how to do math. It's another thing to be able to actually turn around and help a student out. And so we want to really build that out so that the students feel confident in being able to actually be tutors, and then they can add that to their resume, add that to their college applications, that they're actually trained in being a tutor. And actually the AVID program has that available. And so we're really looking to model it and bring along our AVID resources so that they can train our tutors to actually be tutors.
That's awesome. So, but my next question is, I'm looking, one of the item that you mentioned in here is the parent workshop. How could you involve a parent? I know during the pandemic, now we're going to be open a little bit sooner, but it's, with the help of parent community specialists, and, because we have not been hosts, or we have not been provide the opportunity for parent workshop for a while, correct?
Yeah, actually, we've been able to have some parent workshops. Our principals have continued with their coffee with principals. They've covered a number of different topics. And I have to say, we've actually had greater attendance doing it through Zoom, because there's no issue of travel. There's no issue of childcare. And so that's something that, when you talk about lessons learned, that's one of the things that we should really look at, and how we provide opportunities for our parents to engage. Now, don't get me wrong, in person, to me, I still rather have that just because of the personalization piece. But in terms of providing opportunities for parents to engage at higher numbers, I think looking at multiple ways for us to do it, even if it's keeping some of those video conferencing or Zoom options for our families.
That's awesome. And I hope that we can copy the PK program.
Yes, we actually have, it's actually on the board agenda today. We have a contract with BIGIT to be able to provide services at a number of our schools for this upcoming school year.
Awesome, awesome. That's something that I really like it, and thank you for all your hard work. So I'm open up for any discussion or any of.
Whenever we're ready, I'd like to move for approval.
Yeah, before we want to ask for Bruce Nguyen, you like to have any comments?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your presentation overall. I think it was really amazing that mental health is being prioritized. That's one of the fields that many students strive to have addressed, right? And if you can scroll back to the student Californians for Justice slide, the 3 recommendations. I've had a preview or a review over these few topics, and I do think I support and attest that students would support wellness and mental health support, review of student workloads, and restorative justice. These are the things that are important and would push the district forward. And it's important to continue to get students in the process of being involved in these fields. For MTSS at my school, students are in that committee and are actively, adding recommendations on how to work with all tiers of support. And also for tutoring, having students as tutors is really good. It gives students like a bigger purpose on their campuses and to help those in need as well. So that's a plus. Along with counseling, not many students know what counselors do. However, in my student advocacy club at Independence High School, Mr. Lee, he is a counselor. He is our advisor, and he constantly tells us like what counselors do on a day-to-day basis. And this is vital information. Not only are they helping students, get to college or to graduate, they are constantly working hard to take a look at the numbers, right? Take a look at the statistics, the reports that they get from surveys like Panorama, and also to push that towards the administration, towards our principals. So that's something students should also do, work with your counselors. Also, along with the Californians for Justice, there is a committee at my school composing of Californians for Justice students and also administrators to work together on shaping like school plans and also shaping how reports are interpreted. So that's the beauty of cooperation and collaboration. And I would definitely want to see that across our district and continued in this plan here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bruce.
All right, Board Member Lorena Chavez, please.
Thank you for an extremely comprehensive and well thought out presentation. I have like no questions here. I know exactly what you're trying to say when I read it and when I heard you, so thank you. And honestly, it's not a surprise to me that you found correlations between what people are saying, our equitable communities in this. It's a testament that we really have our ear to the ground and we're serving our community. So thank you for leading us in that work and really being in tune. Everything here in the action plan, I'm like, yes. So thank you. But 2 things that I really want to point out that stand out is the FTE for MTSS. It's not just about having great initiatives, but being able to support them so that they're successful. So that's exactly what this is. So I'm really excited about that. And also, as you know, we have a lot of work to continue doing during the pandemic, post-pandemic, pre-pandemic, but coming back, we do not know what to expect. And we cannot expect all of our teachers to know exactly what to do. And so the training, the professional development on trauma-informed care and restorative practices, I'm like, yeah, that's a step forward in supporting our teachers to be able to support our students beyond the academics. So just thank you for being extra thoughtful on that.
Thank you.
And with that, I will second this. Thank Mr. Herrera.
Okay, all right.
We have 4 raised hands.
Okay, yeah, Board Member Patty Cotisi, go ahead.
Yeah, this is just extraordinary, the amount of work you did in such a compressed time frame. It's just amazing. So thank you for all that work to reach out to all of our stakeholders and gather all this input. I have just one quick question on the accelerated, the mini courses. Who's eligible for those? Who can participate in those?
Teachers are leading it, so any of their students that they taught during the 2020-21 school year, so during school year. So they have an opportunity to invite their students who didn't find success, who received a grade of lower than a C-, to be able to improve it, either to still be A through G eligible, or to earn their 5 credits by shifting from the F to the D. And so the teacher owns the mini session. They target the students, they work with the students, and they own the ability to be able to change their grade.
This is a fact-finding question or curiosity kind of question. If a student perhaps was unsatisfied with their grade, but thought that they could have done better, is it possible to open it up to other students as well?
That would be up to the teacher if they wanted to invite those, because the teacher would then have to determine what level of work the student needs to complete to be able to have their change grade. But the intent with this was to really do what the grant intended to do, which is to recover learning, which that would be assessed by not having passed the class with a C- or better.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Fung. How many speakers?
All right, our first speaker is Teresa Yolati. Please unmute.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Teresa, and I'm the lead organizer with San Jose Californians for Justice. And I wanted to really just start by thanking everyone. So I know Teresa Marquez had started saying that, you know, being a superintendent is a thankless job, but I think that's true for all school board members. And so I just want to say thank you for your courage to lead during such a difficult time. And thank you for leading, right? Because not everyone leads during difficult times, but you all have, and you all have listened to the voice of the youth to ensure that everything and all their needs are met. And so with so much gratitude, I say thank you. And just to reiterate what Teresa had said about our priorities, that I want to give a huge shout out to our organizers on the ground, which was Neda and Josh. They found that investing in mental health and lightening the course load, as well as uplifting racial justice in schools, was a priority for all our students. And so as we continue, this is a wonderful place to start. And I hope that we can continue to invest in these 3 demands, and that we can create schools that are centered and rooted in love, growth, and healing. But again, thank you so much. And Teresa, thank you for all the work that you put into this wonderful plan.
Thank you. The next.
Paula Escobar, you're next, please unmute. Paula, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board. My name is Paula Escobar, and I'm here today to advocate for my community. Allocating funds towards restorative justice initiatives and mental health services is essential for our students to succeed. The pandemic has shown us the importance of being connected to others, and we must take forward this lesson by supporting my peers with more school counseling services and equipping our staff with trauma-informed training. As a first-generation student, I know firsthand the importance of these resources and how having these support systems has encouraged me to pursue higher education. Restorative justice is essential in ensuring our students are being empowered and uplifted, not looked up. Together, we can bridge gaps and elevate the well-being of our youth. So please continue investing in us.
Thank you. Next speaker, Elia Castrans. Please unmute. Elia, are you there? Okay, next speaker, let's see, Paul, you may unmute. Okay, she went off. Elia, your hand is still there. Are you able to unmute?
Okay, now I can unmute.
There you go. Thank you.
I had the option now. But hi, my name is Aaliyah. I'm a junior at Evergreen Valley High School. I'm a student participant with Californians for Justice. And I wanted to start off by thanking all of you for considering our demands and listening to our student voices today. Firstly, I wanted to address and share a bit about our demand for more therapists and social workers. So in our survey, 88% of students in Eastside support this idea. Coming from a competitive school like EV, students, including my friends, take harsh criticism towards themselves when it comes to their academics, especially with digital learning. Falling behind in work has become increasingly common and deteriorating to our mental health. Sometimes, or something that keeps students from accessing therapy is its expense. Therapy can range from around $60 to $150 for just one session. And for those students who want to find help without their parents knowing, they can't necessarily pay for it. Therefore, adding more licensed professionals to the public school system would help eliminate this issue. Second was our promotion of anti-racist and racial bias training for teachers and staff. 90% of Eastside students supported this idea in our survey. Black students at my school make an extremely small percentage of our school's population, but from personal experience, I've seen my close friends who were students of color get treated differently by their teachers, and as being assumed or accused of slacking off on work or causing trouble around campus. Aside from being negatively stereotyped in these ways, even when breaking minor rules, it's very evident that there's racial bias in the disciplinary actions used towards them, by usually receiving comparatively harsher punishments through detentions and suspensions. And I see more students leaving my school because of this. One of my closest friends transferred to another school because our school admins did not take adequate action to protect him from racial harassment. And I think that it's truly disappointing that our students of color feel so unprotected and mistreated. However, I do look forward to your goals in supporting mental health in our district, as well as training teachers to discipline students equally throughout schools. And I'm looking forward to a future towards that goal. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see, let's see, Paul, you're back. Can you unmute, please?
Okay, hi, my name is Litzy, and I'm a junior at James Lake High School, and I'm part of Californians for Justice. First of all, I wanted to thank the administration for taking this time to hear all students and giving us this time. I wanted to begin with the topic of lightening the course load. Recently, we have been online throughout the whole school year, and it has been a drastic change for all. It affected all students in all sorts of ways. Students have been struggling online with their coursework, and by lightening the course load, it would benefit all while we slowly merge into in-person learning. By lightening the course load, students' mental health and home life would become more manageable. With having more time on the side, students could focus strictly on learning and not rushing work. Out of the 370 Eastside students who took CFJ's survey, 91% believed that lightening the course load was a priority to them and would benefit all students. 95% of students agreed that mental health and wellness is a top priority in our schools, but only 54% believe that schools were prioritizing it. Now that we have come upon this opportunity we were given with implementing tutoring programs, bilingual professionals, and priority standards, we should take this as a chance to implement a new beginning for all students. By bringing this new beginning, we should hold teachers accountable to keeping the standards of the lighter course loads. How could we make this happen so that students' mental health is more supported as we return to school in person? I wanted to thank the administration again for hearing not only my voice, but students across the district. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the raised hands.
I would like to thank you, the student voice from CFJ, who spoke at this item. And I think it's just very important that, student that, come together and voice the opinion. And I know the administrator will take note and will look into those issues that really matter to our student, and we will work, to our goal. So,
Madam President, I would
yes.
like to move approval for this.
Yeah, all right. I've asked Bruce, how do you vote?
I approve.
All right, and Board Vice President move and second by Board Member Chavez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any objection or any abstain? Hear none, see none. The item is passed unanimously. Thank you,
Thank you very much.
Teresa Marcus. All right, so we move to 9.02. Presentation and discussion regarding single plan for student achievement, SPSA, Kelly Doherty, Principal, Liz Gutierrez, Principal, and Teresa Marcus, Associate Superintendent of Educational Services.
Thank you. Good evening once again. Teresa Marquez, Associate Superintendent, Educational Services. So tonight we continue with our presentations along our single plan for student achievement. And it is my pleasure to present to you Ms. Kelly Doherty, Principal at Silver Creek High School, as well as Ms. Elizabeth Gutierrez, Principal at Calero High School.
Thank you, Teresa. Kelly Doherty, Principal, Silver Creek High School. I'm going to skip our equities community slide because the next slide is the slide that I use for every presentation that I give to students, to parents, to families, and it obviously has the equitable communities piece right there in the middle. It also has our MTSS goals. So this is our mission and vision, and then we always talk about our transferable goals of speaking, writing, reading, and listening. And then we've adopted the Creek way of creative, respectful, equitable, engaged, and kind. And then the theory of action that we've been working on through our MTS builds is right there that we get to kind of look at and see every time we meet. So I love this slide because it really captures who we are. And then with the Creek Way, we did develop it and build it, and it was with a lot of input from students, families, teachers, everybody. And then we created the matrix that goes with it. So this will go in the classroom this year. This year, obviously, we didn't use it. We've talked about it and we've celebrated it, but it will actually be something that we really use in the fall. And we had it start with every rater because we want to make sure that every rater is the teachers, the staff, the faculty, the kids. So it's everybody. And that we're creative, that we're willing to take risks, fail, and grow, be respectful of themselves, others, property, and the community. What the equitable piece has or creates opportunities to be successful, engaged, is actively involved in the school community, and interacts with empathy and supports others. So I think if you those two slides, it really embodies who we are at Silver Creek. This is just obviously a quick enrollment piece. We've been pretty steady over the last 4 years. We're currently at 2,482. We're staying stable. And then our ethnicity as well, staying the same. We've dropped in the last 4 years, what about 8% with our Asian, but Latino, Latinx has stayed the same. EL at about 13.2 stayed the same. Students with disability, 7.9 has stayed about the same. This year's SED, socially, economically disadvantaged, has dropped a little bit, just that's how we've been, gathering data this year. So as we move into the SIPSA piece, what I want you to know is that we build our SIPSA we bring data to every single school site council. So we do a little bit of data piece every time, and then we look at each goal that we have every time. And then we have about 20 students who come, the whole leadership team comes to our school site council meetings, and then our parents and our teachers, of course. So this constantly gets kind of fed, and then we push it out to our department chairs and department meetings. So the SIPSA is truly built by the whole community, which then ties into our last plan, which all of our SIPSA plan ties into our LCAP plan for the district, because I really don't believe in having all these different plans. The last two goals also tie into our safety plan. So what you'll see here is kind of everything that we do in a quick snippet of Creek's goals. So when you look at goal 1, the LCAP goal is the same: provide high quality interventions, instructions, learning opportunities, as well as guidance supports to prepare every student to graduate ready for college. So we just stayed with that same exact thing. And then this is a little harder to see than I thought it would be from up here. It used to be this whole screen, right? We could see everything. But so with the short-term goal, it's that we're really looking at identifying our ELs, Hispanic, our lower performing African-American, of improving and getting them into the AP courses, and then actually taking on an exam. So we would like to see a 2% gain in that. And then over 3 years, a 3% gain. Also, students with disabilities, same thing, increased by 2%. And continue to have our EL students improve on the CASP so that they're meeting and or exceeding standards, because that is how that they move into being redesignated. And then, of course, increasing our percentage of A to G in all the categories, 2%, and in 3 years, 5%. And how we'll do that is when you look at our key strategies, is that we will implement implement the Creek Way in all of our classes by developing what those mean in the classroom. Will be agree upon power standards, which we started the last 5 department meetings. So the last 5 weeks, we've identified in all of our courses what we think is the most important piece that our kids have to leave before they go on. And we thought this was important going into next year with just not knowing where kids are. So we spent a lot of time with that. So we're excited about that. And we're going to turn that into the formative assessments with using the swirl, so that we're constantly checking and testing how kids are performing both speaking, writing, reading, and listening. So the swirl. And then our counselors will continue to evaluate our students so that they make sure that they're in the AGD courses. And if they aren't, then we make sure we're offering those classes to get those Ds and F grades up to C, at least C minuses, so that they're A to G ready. Our matrix on the side on how we develop that. And then our goal number 2 is so that we're improving graduation rates across the board. And again, our LCAP and our SIPs are the same, provide the physical, emotional, social, and academic supports to ensure students are making appropriate yearly progresses to our high school graduation. And again, we're still taking our subgroup that is our lowest performing, and that's special ed EL students, socially and economically disadvantaged, and then struggling students out of that group. And we want to make sure again that we're looking at improving A to G, because that helps them with graduation by 2% and then 3% in the 5-year, and then increasing graduation by 2% in all those subgroups and 5%. And we're going to do this by continuing our MTSS work. And we've done a lot of work in the tier 1, and now it's time to move into tier 2 and 3 to help improve that graduation rate, and spending professional development time and money to make that happen. And develop and utilize formative assessments again. And this was actually a WASC recommendation over the last 10 years, the WASC people told me when they visited, but we are going into a real full WASC year this March. So we're addressing all those pieces now. And then I think it's so important to provide credit recovery. That's why I love Cyber High. It's a really great way for kids to bump up that D or F grade for passing, and then just to get that credit they need for graduation and or A to G. And again, those are our matrix on the right. And then again, the goal 3 of addressing our English language learners as a district and as a school, provide the program supports and instructional strategies to obtain English proficiency and the overall academic success of short-term and long-term English learners. And we know that targeting them specifically for making sure that they're on the A to G track, you can see the percentages there that they're currently at 20.3, to move that to 20. And then increase that 3% and then 5% graduation rate, currently at 92, currently at 88, move that to 92, and then to 94, and then reclassification, currently at 27, move that to 30, and then to 32 in the 5-year plan. So just to really increase that. And we'll do that by ongoing one-on-one meetings with EL and EL students. We have a teacher on special assignment that we pay to do that work. Implement best practices and strategies that focus on improving the swirl, speaking, reading, listening, and writing, and then develop more training, culturally relevant pedagogy further for our teachers.
I want to understand a bit more what you mean by EL reclassification. Can you expand a little bit more, because EL is the English learners, right? And what do you mean by reclassification? I'm still did not understand how you group them.
So what we want to do is reclassify, so they're redesignated. So they're still EL students, but they're redesignated. So their long terms are now redesignated, which means that they've done well on the LPAC exam, which is what we just finished. And they practiced reading, writing, listening, and speaking, which is why I think those 4 domains are so important that we've really talked about with the swirl. And then their grades help them be reclassified, and then having them be proficient in the junior year SBAC or CASP test. So we always want our kids to move towards redesignation. So that's an important step for us.
Yeah, so let me just add, as a district, we have set criteria to redesignate all of our English learners if they meet that criteria. I think I've presented to the board before on the specific criteria that we've adopted, which includes the metrics that Principal Doherty has expressed, as well as our own internal metrics, given that currently we do not have the CAS scores, in particular for last year. So we have our own internal degrees of reading power exam that we used as one of the criteria points for redesignating our students, which means that they are fully redesignated in terms of their English language proficiency.
Teresa. And then goal 4, to decrease the suspension rates, and that is to establish and sustain healthy school cultures through relationship-centered practices that keep students engaged in their learning environment and designed to improve student behaviors. And we're really lucky because over the last 4 years, we've put so much time into this as a district that it's really shown at Silver Creek as well. And we're currently at 1.5 suspension rate, and we'd like to see that go down to 1 and then a 0.5 in 3 years. But then really focus in on students with disability, because they're at 5.7, to bring that down to 4, and then bring that down to 3 in the 5th year. To say that. Good.
Kelly, quickly.
Yeah.
So full day suspension from 1.5%. What 1.5% of what?
All students, we're only at a 1.5% suspension rate.
So, so 1.5% of your students have ever been suspended in this
Correct.
timeframe?
Correct.
But some of them are maybe suspended multiple times?
Correct.
But this is unique students?
Correct.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But again, focusing on our students who have the highest suspension rates over the next couple of years, this year coming up. African Americans who are at 5.9, to lower that to 4 or less, and then 2 or less in 3 years out. And we do this by really implementing this healthy students and healthy culture through relationship-centered schools. We think that's really the best way. And I think that's why we've brought it down from where it was before this year. So we're really proud of that. And we've done a lot of work, and we'll continue to do work with our advisors and our safety team to really work with the teachers to have tools and ideas on how to solve problems in the classroom with student to student and with each other, teacher to student. So that's been a lot of work, and our advisors have done a really great job. And I think that comes from that, just the UBR from the years past on just changing the way we do business. And it's really shown.
I have a question. When you mentioned about decreased full day suspension for African American students from 5.3% in 2019 to 4%, 21-22. So how the other ethnic group did not have this part of suspension, or it's only African American student?
At that high of rate, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, yeah. And then lastly, goal number 5, decreasing our chronic absenteeism, engage with and connect students and families to appropriate staff supports and programmatic alternatives to increase student attendance in school. And we just want to, our attendance rate is actually pretty high, 97.8, and we want to get that to 98%. Continue to increase our parent connection. What Teresa was saying, the coffee talks really did. I would get about 20 parents at coffee talks. This year I would raise about 50, 60. So I can imagine it's like, yeah, it's a huge amount, and depending what the subject is. And so they really, really like doing it through Zoom because they can attend quickly in an hour, get in and get out. Some of them were even at work, and you can see them just listening in. So I'm really pleased with that. And then continue with our connectivity and looking at that through the panorama data. We do use the early warning system quite a bit to identify students who are hitting that red zone that Kirsten King's office puts out. And the safety team, again, conducting meetings and meeting with families and parents and kids, and then pushing them to where they need their services. So we've been doing a lot of that work, and we'll continue to do that. And I think that's the last one. Yeah.
Wow, thank you for your presentation, Ms. Kelly Doherty. I was wondering, you have a coffee talk with only parents. I'm not sure if any student want to have a coffee talk with principal. Would you open up for that?
You know, it's actually, we did think about that, and I don't know why we haven't done it, especially this year when it's like a pretty easy way to do it. Yeah, because it's just about answering questions that you just wonder, right? And where we really hit the pandemic at the beginning of it, I would do them every single week, every couple of days, because things were changing so rapidly. And they were always there, and so thankful that we were able to keep that communication line open. So yeah, that's a good one. We'll put that in next year.
Awesome, thank you. Open up for question. Okay, Board Member Lorena Chavez, go ahead, please.
Thank you for your presentation. I really appreciated the format. It's just really easy to follow all the priorities, all the things that we have to keep tabs on, if you will. But just really aligning them and seeing how like the panoramic survey comes to life, shape data, the California dashboard. So it's just like, oh yeah, it's easy for us to follow all the many things that we hear about all in one, and how folks at the school site make sense of it and how it's aligned to what happens day to day. So thank you for this. The Creekway, my gosh, I have to say probably my favorite letter there is a K with kind, especially in, this pandemic. My gosh, kind is like the #1 thing I'm trying to really instill in my kids, right? It has an impact at such a deep level, at a human level. So just, it warms my heart to see that, simple word, but yet probably one of the most powerful words, be kind. So thank you, feeling a lot of appreciation for that. When I heard you say that there's 20 students that go to this council meetings and y'all talk about these goals on a regular basis, so they have an opportunity to share their voice, their opinion, that's just like, yeah, students on a regular ongoing basis. So, maybe right now to your point, there's going to be an opportunity to continue engaging them in like office hours of sorts, if you will. But knowing that still they have a seat at the table in these spaces is really important. So thank you for that. And when you speak formative assessments, that's speaking my love languages in many ways. It's not that complicated. Check for understanding. What's 1 + 1? 2. It's like orally, an exit ticket, any creative way, but it's data that informs you that moment in time where your children are at. And it's just such an important tool to use ongoing, no matter how new you are or how old you are to the profession. It's just so much power. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for focusing on that. So we can get stuck on summative assessments all day, every day, but these are the powerful ones, I think, in many ways that we don't talk about. But you probably have heard me ask my key question in every school presentation. Given the goals and the focuses that you have for this upcoming year with your school, what do you think is the biggest opportunity, the biggest lever to move your school, your specific school community forward, coming back from the pandemic into the fall?
The biggest opportunity, is that what you said?
Yes.
Oh, I think that we'll just be so appreciative that we get to see each other in real life. And I think we'll just really, really treasure that. I mean, even just having our staff back on Wednesdays, we have about 75 coming on Wednesdays, and it feels like a normal day again, like they're talking to you, they're talking to each other, and they've talked about that, like how nice it is to just run into each other on campus and in the restroom or wherever they're running into each other, and just the neighbor door, right? So I think just that opportunity to just reconnect as humans in the same space will be our biggest opportunity. And then we just build from there.
All right, Board Member Doe, go ahead.
Well, first of all, thank you for your presentations. I really appreciate the clarity. I also want to thank you for the tour that you gave me a couple of weeks ago. I spoke about the last board meetings. In fact, I see that the picture is on there. It's the picture from our visit. That's in case you're wondering what that is. It's Ms. Nguyen math class with 12 students.
Right.
The most I've seen in the 11 classes that you took me to. And in fact, at this moment, all the schools that I visit so far, that is still the winning record at the moment. So
thank you.
I appreciate that. I also have a really memorable experience. I remember one of the classes was I think Mr. Caesar class. One of your students, Alana Teresa Francisco. I believe she lobbied me for AP capstone class for you. So I just want to remind you that she's still emailing me about it.
We filled out the paperwork today and then realized we don't want to launch it till 22, 23. So we have to wait. But yeah, it's launching. So thank you.
Fantastic. Really, thank you and good to see you again.
Thank you. You too, Brian.
Okay, Board Member Chavez, Patty Cotisi.
Thank you, Kelly. This was really great. I am so impressed with the parent, 55 to 75 parents coming to the coffee talk. That's extraordinary. And so this isn't, my comment isn't just for you, but maybe for all our sites, because I think everybody does some kind of regular parent
Yeah,
principal
I'm pretty
outreach.
sure, yeah.
Is there thought about continuing it on Zoom at
Oh,
least part of the
definitely.
time? Because
Absolutely.
that's just, I
Yeah.
mean, gives people access that might not have it, you know?
Absolutely.
So
I think we'll do
mean,
both, right? Like run it through the Zoom, but then also if they want to come in person and have a little
Yeah.
cup of coffee, we can. I
one
mean,
of the-
even IEPs have seen an amazing amount of staff presence, parent present, because they just pop in, right? They don't have to drive across town, get off work, all that extra work that they have to do. They can just go there for 1 hour and get in and be done.
One of the blessings of the
It really
pandemic,
is.
right? Like we
Mhm.
all now know how to use that technology and we can use it to our advantage to be
Communicate better, faster.
communicate better,
efficient.
faster and more in contact. Yeah,
Yeah.
great, excellent.
Thank you.
Yes,
However, there's no substitute for visiting school site, just to plug that in a little bit.
all
Absolutely.
right, Superintendent Funk.
Kelly,
Yes.
who's this high-tech classroom? What teacher is that?
The one with all the students in it?
No, this one in the left-hand corner.
Oh, Jaime Avila,
And has he been teaching distance learning from his classroom all along?
every day. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, in fact, now he's going to launch, he's launching our first live graduation. So I'm ordering all this equipment for him. So we'll see if he can duplicate it live on graduation day. We'll see what happens.
All right, no other board comments. Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Yeah,
One more
Lorena,
thing,
one more
sorry. I
thing. Okay,
noticed
go
there
ahead.
was a picture of wrestling. Are they wrestling?
They held their first wrestling match outdoors in the quad.
Wow.
They brought all the mats and they had competition out on the mats. Yeah.
Okay, that caught my attention. Sorry. I wrestled in high school,
Oh,
middle school and
great.
high school as varsity at YB. Once upon a time, they had pictures of all the teams in the office. The office when I was there is like tore down. We got the new beautiful student union. But that is really cool. I gotta go to one of the wrestling match. Send us the date so that we can go see. That's really cool.
Yeah, I think they're done now, but yeah, we were such short with gym space this year because of all the sports kind of happened at once, all the indoor sports. So everybody had to kind of readjust and figure out how to do business differently. Yeah, it's fun.
Awesome.
Oh,
Yeah, thank
there we go.
you.
I see a
Thank-
match coming on. There we go.
Awesome. All right, thank you, Principal Kelly Doherty,
All right.
for a good presentation.
Thank you for all your
So
support.
we're going to move on
Thank you.
with Principal Liz Gutierrez for Calero.
Good evening. Oh, the microphone's on. Awesome. All right. Good evening. Board President Lay, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to come before you this evening to share a little bit about Calero High School. So this is my first year as principal, and so take it easy on the questions at the end. Just kidding. Just kidding. Okay. So I want to start, of course, with the equitable communities. We are committed to the district equity mission. One of our strengths is that we do welcome all students as they are. Our adults positively respond to the social, emotional, wellness, and academic needs of every student. And this is done at our school through the advisory class. Every student has an advisory class built into their schedule, and all teachers teach an advisory class, and they follow the students all 3 years. So by the end, it's like a little family. And so that's one of the highlights of our school, the thing that's pretty amazing about our school. I do want to mention also that Calero is one school with 2 programs. So we do have the ATP South, the Adult Transition Program. We do house that at Calero. It's approximately 130 students. However, since this is the SIPSA presentation, I want to focus on the high school this evening. It's our 8th year as a school. So we're pretty new, fairly new. We're a small but necessary school, and it's alternative, but we are not a continuation school. So of course, what that means is that our students they graduate with 220 credits. And the criteria for them to come to Calero is that they need to be deficient in credits. So we have some students that started Calero with 0 credits as 10th graders. And by the end, they graduate, and we are working on the A to G rate. So that's something that we're continuing to work on. But we do have students that not only get caught up in credits, but they are on track to apply to a 4-year, which is pretty amazing. Our students come from all across the district. However, the majority of our students come from Oak Grove, Andrew Hill, and Santa Teresa. For our student groups, the majority of our students are Latinx, about 80%, and over half are socioeconomically disadvantaged. A third of our students are English language learners, and most of those are the long-term English language learners. So the mission of our school is to support students to recover credits, help them build success habits, and prepare them for college and careers. And we believe that all students can succeed with the right support system in place. So we do have a full-time social worker and a full-time academic counselor, which is huge. And it's small as far as our number of students, but we really do appreciate the support that you've given to our school with those positions. We do have credit recovery built into the school day. So every student has an hour every day of cyber high time, and they do that with their advisor. And so just more time spent with that teacher. And our guiding principles are respect, responsibility, and results. So before I go over our WASC recommendations, I want to mention a few of the strengths that they found. Our last visit was in 2018. One of our strengths is the way we engage students who were disengaged at their other sites. We create a climate conducive to student learning using multiple means of assessment to maintain rigor. And we excel at creating a sense of community by empowering students to own their own learning outcomes. So for the recommendations, we are supposed to be working on these. We are going to be visited in the fall. So we need more opportunities for our students to enroll in dual enrollment programs. We need to create a way to effectively measure our student learner outcomes. And we need to continue to provide support for all students, and for the staff to collaborate to and strengthen their curriculum and best practices. For LCAP Goal 1, our short-term goal is to increase the level of college and career readiness of graduates by 3%. And it's a small percentage, and we have a lot of room to grow here. So this is one of the areas that we really need to work on. So our strategies that relate to our WASC goals are to develop a dual enrollment MOU with community colleges, to hold application sessions for our students for college and financial aid, to promote online A to G recovery for our A to G courses. So our students are getting their online recovery to graduate, but we want to push them and get them A to G qualified as well as if we can. And we want to develop a bridge for our students from high school to college. So we have a bridge for students incoming to our school, but we want to give them a little training, like what to expect when you get to college and how to prepare for that. Providing opportunities from colleges to promote their college and requirements, like lunchtime, inviting schools to set up booths so kids can come and talk to them, things like that. And providing college field trip opportunities to our students, especially to our seniors. For graduation rate, this is actually our strength since it's our mission to get them caught up in credits to graduate. So we are not at 100%. So we're in the high 90s, but we have a little work to do here. So we would like, one of our strategies will be our MTSS1 Tier 1 lead team and teachers will address academic interventions designed to support and appropriately challenge all students. We want to provide curriculum in their advisory classes that would increase student engagement and a sense of belonging on campus. And another strategy here is professional development for staff focused on social emotional learning. For LCAP Goal 3 English language learners, our goal is to increase the long-term English language learner redesignation by 3%. And the strategies here are more PD on EL strategies for our teachers, to also review ELL data and help students by having teachers find the strategies that they need to implement in their classrooms based on the data, and also improving the number of long-term English language learners, student reclassification rates. The tongue twister for me there. And that's it on goal 3. And for decreasing suspension, we want to, by the end of the next school year, decrease our suspension rates by 3%. Currently this year, the rate is 0 because nobody's been suspended over distance learning. So it'd be great to keep that. However, back the year prior to COVID, it was at 16%. So we have some work to do here. And in our advisory class, for all students with a teacher mentor, they will include social emotional curriculum and foster relationships with the staff. We're going to work on implementing our MTSS Tier 1 using restorative practices, and then training the staff on the UBR, which is, I know Dr. Hall is going to be talking about that later this evening. And the last goal here for decreasing chronic absenteeism. Right now, our attendance rate is high 80s, low 90s. That's pretty much our average. So we do have work to do on this goal. We want to increase our attendance rate each year by 3%. So small goals, but eventually it'll pay off. Our strategies here are to connect with the parents and guardians of the chronic students and determine what support systems and interventions are needed to bring them back to school. We also want to create and deliver school-wide lessons on our Calero culture with our MTSS lead team. And then the last thing that we want to do is offer, and we do this every year, we just didn't do it this last summer, is offering the bridge for all incoming students so that they can make connections with staff and other students prior to coming to school. And that's it on my presentation. So does anybody have any questions?
Thank
You
you,
did
Principal
well.
Gutierrez.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, first year. So you're probably gonna have to follow the former principal, Robert Ibarra, right?
Yes.
I've been
yes.
visiting Calero several years ago, and I noticed that it's spotless. I cannot see any trash at all in the whole, site. And it's really amazing. And Mr. Ibarra said that, he really take pride on the students and staff and everyone, and they kept, the pride that keep the school, nice and, and keep it up, in a good condition. So really impressed about that. So you're gonna have to follow a lot of stuff, and I hope that I will come back and visit some school, probably in the fall. When we have the reopening. I know that's gonna be a lot of tasks for our principals and every teachers and staff that work very hard to support our students for when we reopen, our school again. So very good presentation, and I'll open up for any out of my board members. Board member Lorena Chavez, go ahead, please.
Like almost a given that I always have something to say, right? This is again my love language, instruction. Knowledge is power. We need to make sure our babies have it during Eastside, their time with Eastside, and post, right? Liz, bienvenida, welcome.
Thank you.
Fuerte abrazo desde aquí. So excited to meet you in person. We knew Mr. Ibarra, obviously, but I'm just so excited to see you flourish into the principal of Calero and seeing what Calero will become under your leadership. As a previous principal, I know that, every principal has their own style, their own way of being, and you build your community around that. So I really look forward to visiting Calero in the fall. Or sometime next year when things, calm down a little bit, and just seeing you in action. It's hard work to lead a school. And so I want you to know that I see you. And my only question for you is, what are you most excited about for this upcoming fall?
I'm excited about just seeing kids on campus doing the lunchtime activities. Right now with cohorts coming back, just seeing kids is it's pretty neat. Seeing the teachers and the way they interact with the kids, it is a family. So I'm really excited to have everybody come back in the fall.
Any other board member? Oh, Bruce would like to comment.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for your presentation and for your wonderful school, actually. And I have one big request, and this is something you could forward to your students, but the Student Governing Board is looking for representatives from your student body, and we would really want, passionate people to talk about issues coming from your school. And hopefully next fall that can be a possibility, and your school could be able to elect amazing people. So
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, Board Member Doe.
Thank you for your presentations, and thank you for showing me your beautiful, small, but very beautiful campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate it.
I was wondering how many students that come back to your school from, April to now. Do you have a steady number? Because you have a small, group of students in Calero. So I was wondering how impact the pandemic as well as the student performance.
Yeah, so we actually had almost a third of our students elect to come back to cohorts. So quite a few students, and in the ATP, about 40%. So
Awesome, awesome, great. I'm glad to hear that. Any other member?
Just to note that it takes a great deal of heart to work at Calero and be committed to the student population there. I mean, throughout our district, that's true, but in Calero, I mean, you have got to believe that everything is possible, to learn, to grow, to mature, to overcome, and it has to come from the heart for the people who work there. And so I just acknowledge you and your staff and all of the staff at Calero for the work that you're doing there. Thank you.
thank you.
Board Member Patty
Yeah,
Cotisi?
I have to say ditto to that. Claire, our small schools have a special place in my heart. So thank you for taking the helm there. You opened your presentation saying this is, our SIPSA, so you're going to focus on the high school. Just curious so the adult transition then doesn't fall under this? They have their own?
Yeah, they don't have a SIPSA.
What is it? What's the equivalent, SIPSA equivalent for adult transition?
Yeah, so as adult students, we still continue to provide the instruction as per their IEPs. And so part of the planning around the adult transition is through our special education plan that Dr. Cavallero puts together. And so when we talk about the services for our students and the goals and what we're providing for them, it's included as part of our special education plan.
And we have a special education plan just overarching for the district? Is that,
Yes.
it's not school by school?
Correct.
I got it. Okay, thank you.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations for your first year. You made it close to the end of the graduation. So I'm glad to hear that. So any comments or no other speakers? So I'm going to move to 10.01. Members of the public may address the board on any subject not on tonight's agenda. However, provisions of the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54954.2A and 54954.3 preclude any action. As an unagendized item, no response is required from the board of district staff and no action can be taken. However, the board may instruct the superintendent to agendize the item for a future meeting. Any person may address the board on any item on the meeting agenda. Persons wishing to address the board must fill out a speaker request from via online submission at the website. Your comment will be read out loud as part of the public meetings. Comments should be limited to no more than 1,000 characters in length. You may also raise your virtual hand in Zoom to request to speak. You will have 2 minutes to speak. Do we have any speaker, any community?
There is no written public comment.
All right.
There are no hands raised.
All right, thank you. Superintendent Fung and Associate Superintendent Vanderzi. Oh yeah, we don't have anything. Well, we already called Julio already, and yeah, no other comment. Julio, you like to speak on item number 10 as a public member who wishes to address the board?
I promise I won't read everything I have written here. Julio Pardo, President, East Foothills 187, California School Employees Association. I just want to speak on the fact that since late March, we have been negotiations with the district regarding the in-person learning, the returning of the in-person learning. And we understood that you had to deal with the ESTA group as part of that. And so, you know, we understood why it would be hard to beat at times. But going forward, we're hoping that the district will bargain with us in good faith regarding reopening in-person learning to acknowledge the classified staff, the increased workload, the duties they have, the time they've provided to ensure successful transition. Since April of last year, many of our members have been on site already in order to service the community and to work with students that had to come because of whatever purposes. And you know about the CNS workers. I mean, we've acknowledged them many times, but I'd like to remind you that we also had our maintenance facility workers, our custodians that made sure that the campuses and this office were kept clean and safe and healthy so we can use them. The fact that at our school sites, our office people were there to make sure they could serve that community and work with those students that had to come in for special purposes, such as trying to get work permits and or whatever they needed to go on to college, that our IT department made sure to provide the Chromebooks and the hotspots that students needed when they worked at home in order to do distance learning. That our, let's see here, don't want to forget anybody. That our bus drivers did transport those students that did have the special needs necessary in order to, because they just couldn't function at home. This is terrible. I have to read stuff that sorry. Here at the district office, we have our education side and our business side. That business side is important because let's face it, we have bills that we have to pay. Those people had to be here in our work. And I've got to mention the payroll and HR people. HR people had to meet with a lot of different community people. Last year we had a lot of retirements. And so a lot of people were coming in looking for jobs. So they met with many different people. And in the beginning, no one knew what this pandemic was going to be like. No one knew what disease was, you know, how bad this disease could be. So they were here anyway. Not all the time, we'll admit that, but they were here to greet those people, to help them get the jobs, help them fill applications, to take their fingerprints, and to make sure that the information needed by payroll to make sure we all got paid was there. We did have some hiccups, but overall it went really well. Believe me, if that had not gone well, we would have heard from a lot of people about not getting paid properly. So I just have to remind you that please consider the classified staff that have done all this. I just want to make it, for instance, that at some neighboring school districts, they have recognized their classified staff by offering stipends to them for that work they did during the pandemic, that they did in order to make sure that the schools could reopen safely. For instance, Milpitas and Berryessa did offer $1,500 stipends to their classified staff, up to $1,500. And several other districts in our area have provided some type of stipend for their members. Ms. Marquez spoke about AB 86, so I don't have to go over all those numbers with you. But I'd like to mention that our CSCA government part did work with the legislature to ensure that 10% of the money, that the 4.6 billion for learning loss would be used for paraprofessionals. So the district here is getting approximately 1.6 million of that for paraprofessionals. We have a lot of openings in this district right now for that category. And I am hoping that this district will make sure to fill those openings along with all the extra that Ms. Marquez spoke about. I'm so glad that when we spoke to her, I was one to speak to her about the fact that we would like to have more paraprofessionals within those English language classes, because that's where we feel they're really needed. In the past, we did have them. Unfortunately, because of the way things were, we had to cut back. But I'm hoping that in the future, we can have them on. I apologize for going over my time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Board Presidents Julio Pardo from CSEA. Thank you for your comment and information. And I know that we recognize and really appreciate all classified staff has been a strong support for the district, as well as support our students and teachers. I know that custodian also one of the important area that we're looking forward when we reopen the school back, and want to make sure that we have safety and the bus people driving as well, payroll, a para-educator. So all of you have made a big difference in our district, and especially that from during pandemic.
And for the record, our bargaining unit presidents are granted 5 minutes when they address the board, which is a little more than everyone else. Give people 3 minutes, but that's for those who may not be aware.
Right, yes. All right, so let's move on to 11.01, discussion and action to adopt proposed 2021-2022 board meeting calendar. We have posted this last, I think, board meeting, but we want to bring back because we want to, everyone that have the schedule, and we want to, honor and, keep the.
Is there a hard
resolution.
copy of it? I'm not able to access documents today for some reason.
Yeah, it should be on the screen, right? It's okay. So I need action to adopt proposed 2021-2022. Think any change? Yeah, I think this the board retreat. We have been asked to put to September as September 25th, 2021 as the to be determined. So I think that's the change, right, Mary?
We changed the date of the board retreat
Right.
in
From what
September,
to
and
what?
then we changed
I'm
the
sorry,
date.
we changed it from what date to what date?
From August, I believe.
Yes, from August to September.
Yes.
And then we changed the December board meeting from the to the 14th, which is a Tuesday the following week.
Retreat, okay. Because I entered everything earlier on my calendar, and I now have to delete the couple of entries and re-enter them.
Those were the only two changes.
Thank you.
Approve?
Second,
Oh,
whoops. Do we wait?
well, we have to wait.
We can approve
Bruce,
it without. this
we
is not
ask
a major-
Bruce Nguyen, how do you vote?
I approve.
Right, right. We have first approval from board member Cortese, second by board vice president Herrera. All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Okay, we have board member Rowena Chavez to step out. All right, any objections? Any abstain? Hear none, see none. This item is passed unanimously, except board member Chavez to step out.
We'll give her an option if she doesn't speak on the item when she come back. Otherwise, we can move forward.
Okay. All right, so, all right. Board member Chavez, we been
Just
as some
approve
action
the-
for approved
the calendar.
12.01 for, yeah, you good with it? All right,
Shall
so
we
then.
record you as an aye?
Disregard. All right, thank you. All right, we, this item is passed unanimously with 5 vote. Okay, 12.01, presentation, discussion, and action regarding uniform behavior response. Dr. Chonice Power, Director of Student Services, and Teresa Marquez, Associate Superintendent of Educational Services. Please take it over.
Thank you. Tonight, we present to you, not for action, just for information, our progress on our uniform behavior response. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Sean Pell.
Yeah.
First of all, let me say I'm honored to be here. It's the first time I get to meet y'all in person. Hey.
See you in person.
As Teresa said, I'm Dr. Sean Powell, and here to present on the uniform behavior response work that we've been doing throughout the year. As always, we start with grounding ourselves in Eastside being a place where we're really committed to building equitable communities, one in which our system is prepared to support students in ensuring that they're welcomed, that their strengths and areas of growth are known and supported, that our adults positively respond, and that all students are able to have be prepared for full participation, not only in their communities, but in the global society. As a educational services department and as a district, we've really been looking at building equitable communities through a systems response. And when we think about systems, we're really thinking about 3 key areas: policy, access, and practice. And it is my hope that through tonight's presentation, you really are able to draw the parallels between policy, how that leads to access as it relates to responding to student behavior, and how that informs the practices that we've been working on and are looking to continue to expand upon as we continue in the work. Our work in systems responses is really grounded in MTSS, or building a multi-tiered system of support, which is a framework that looks at students as wholes. And so when we think about that, we want to think about not only the academics, but also the social, emotional, and behavioral needs of our students. Perfect. And so when we talk about building a behavioral response that is aligned with MTSS, for us, there are really 2 components of that. On the left side, we're really talking about positive behavioral interventions and supports that are really grounded. Right now, our work has primarily been at the Tier 1 level. And so when we talk about the uniform behavior response, we're really looking at what are the discipline policies and procedures that we have as a district-wide to support all students. And on the other side, we're really looking at the work, and I've heard this language of restorative practices. There's a lot of vibe going on here, but thank you, appreciate it. And then I've heard this language around restorative practices, and we are committed to that because we know that relationships and expectations together produce positive outcomes for our young people. I think it's important to just highlight that as we think about the work of student services, there are really 4 domains that we support in, and we still got the vibe going. The first one is family engagement. The second one really looks at safe learning environments. And the third is mental health and wellness for our students and staff. And the fourth is attendance and behavior responses and supports. And so tonight, our conversation is really grounded in the domain of attendance and behavior responses and supports, and specifically through the uniformed behavior response. I am just so excited to share. I have been in my first year with the district this year, but I just had an opportunity to engage in what I call the collective work, right? And we know that collective work, we have a collective work and collective responsibility as a community to develop and provide policies and practices that support students. And so as we've been looking at the revision of the UBR, we've engaged with all of our stakeholders along that journey. I mean, we've been having monthly meetings. And so I just want to share a little bit about some of the groups that we have been working with. The first one is our Behavior Guidelines Committee. And that was really a committee of various stakeholders. And Teresa will go into a little bit more detail about who sat on those committees. But it represented our families. It represented our students, our administrators, our teachers, and CSEA were all represented in the committee that came up with the ideas that are driven in the revised UBR. We also had our stakeholder equity committee because we also want to make sure that we're looking at everything through an equity-based lens. So not just developing policies, but how are those policies aligned with equity? And our equity committee is also a stakeholder committee that has the same representative groups on them. And it is actually a part of our agreement with the Office of Civil Rights, which we entered to in 2017. We've been working with the Office of Civil Rights. And they also were one of the groups of folks that really worked with us side by side. We met with them every week as we were building this to make sure that we're addressing the agreements that we've made as a district to our community in our agreement with the Office of Civil Rights, which is intended to address the disproportionality that was found in their 2017 investigation of our discipline policies and practices here in the East Side, and just continuing to further implement those agreements. Got to meet with the student governing board. Hey, Bruce. I got to hang out with the student governing board a few weeks ago and briefly kind of share a little bit with them about this document and get some of their feedback. And so the language around the restorative practices, explicitly teaching this UBR to our young people, as well as an emphasis on Title IX and UCP, and how is that included into the structure and the policy at the outset. We've been meeting with ESTA, the assembly and leadership every week as well along this journey. And the last group of folks that we've been meeting with are our district and site administrators along the journey as well. So the UBR came about initially about 4 years ago. We created our first iteration because I believe in continuous growth and improvement. And what it was really designed to do was to clarify our procedures and policies. It was intended to create transparency between students, families, teachers, and the community around how we respond to behavior, to ensure we have equity and alignment, as well as that the interventions and supports continue to look at strengths and areas of growth for students and supporting adults in our system and positively responding. You can see an example of that there on the right side. And so you may be wondering, why now? Why now are we having the conversation about revising and thinking about what the second iteration of the UBR looks like for Eastside Union? And we recognize that as a result of this pandemic, that our students have been impacted social-emotionally, their mental health has been impacted, and that is going to come with them to school when we return in the fall. And so we want to make sure that we are prepared to positively respond, that we have an opportunity to explicitly teach not only our teachers, but explicitly teach our students about our processes and our systems so that they have the ability to make conscious decisions about their behaviors prior to doing them. And we know that when they know what the outcome might be before, it often leads to a change in decision-making. So as we really went through the revision, we really had three key goals coming back from the pandemic. And really, we know that these are best practices in general. The first one is that we're committed to building and developing community within each and every one of our schools. We're committed to building and restoring relationships when they are harmed. And as humans, it's unavoidable. There will be harm to relationships, but those relationships can also be repaired. And that really was the third focus, is what does it look like to repair harm on our school campuses on a day-to-day basis. How do we do that? We've been talking about restorative approaches. In short, when we talk about restorative approaches, what we're saying is that we believe that we need to have expectations. We are all aligned that we have to have clear expectations for what it looks like to be an Eastside student on each and every one of our campuses. But we also acknowledge that that has to be coupled with high levels of support and us doing things with our students, with our families, and not to them. And so when we talk about restorative practices, that's really what we're talking about. And we believe that it's important to do things with and not to, because people tend to respond positively when we do three things: when we engage them, when we explain, and when we have clear expectation clarity about what's expected of them moving forward.
Can I ask a question about that graphic?
Yeah.
So, yeah, so, so you're saying when we take actions to, that's punitive. When we take actions with, that's restorative. When we not take actions, that means we're neglecting something. Is that what that's?
Yeah,
is
so
that-
what the graphic demonstrates is that when you have low levels of support and low levels of expectation, we're really neglecting the behaviors, right? We're really neglecting what we're seeing. When we have high levels of accountability or expectations, but no support, that's considered being punitive, right? And when we think about high levels of support, but no expectations that are set in place, that's being permissive. And I want you to think about different folks that you may have had interactions with throughout your life and how that may have made you feel. But we believe that high expectations coupled with high supports and conversations that engage those three pieces that I talked about are restorative. Because the idea is that students need structure. They need expectations, but we also can't have that and not walk side by side with them and handing them supports to get there.
So I like the word expectations versus in the graphic, you have control.
Yeah, I actually used the actual International Institute of Restorative Practices graphic. That's the language that they use.
They use control? Yeah. Wow. I'm curious about that.
I like the word expectation as well, but that's the language that they've used.
I still don't get the use of the word not, the use of the word for under what.
Yeah,
not?
so the
What does
idea-
not mean?
Yeah, so the use of the word for means that when we see a behavior, a student does a behavior and we as the people responding to it, fix it for them, we're doing it for them. So an example of that would be a student who may be in a classroom and there's an expectation that they complete a math assignment. And maybe they haven't completed the assignment in a timely fashion. And so instead of providing interventions or supports, accommodations, more time, we just say, you don't have to do the assignment, right? We're being permissive because we're not holding them to the same expectation as everyone else, as opposed to saying the assignment is still the assignment that's due, but I'm gonna provide you this support of extra time or scaffolding in order for you to get the assignment done.
And the word not, how does that fit with?
So not is when we don't respond at all. So maybe you have a student who walks into class and they curse out another student and we ignore it, we're not doing anything. As opposed to responding to that student, hey, an example of that would be, I feel really disrespected when you're using curse words towards other students in the classroom because that, can cause harm, right? When we don't do that and we don't do anything and we just let them come in, they're cursing everybody out and we don't respond at all, that's considered not doing anything.
That graphic for me would be more easy to grasp without the words to, with, not, and for, just punitive, restorative, neglectful, permissive. So I'm not sure what those other words actually contribute. They just confuse me, but that's just me.
It's really about the approach and how we engage the student in that process, not doing anything with the student versus doing something with the student versus doing something for the student versus doing something to the student. Right. The other part of the work that we really considered is what's called protective factors. We know that all students have been impacted by the pandemic, which is a traumatic event. And so we know from best practice and we know from the research that there are 6 protective factors that have been demonstrated time and time again to support students who have experienced trauma. You can see those here, but I'll talk just through a couple of them that are really important. The first one is predictability. Students who have experienced trauma do better when they can predict outcomes or what's to come next. And so when we have the conversation about ensuring that this UBR is adopted at some point so that we have an opportunity to explicitly teach our young people the UBR, which is a request that they had, it's because we're trying to help them be able to have predictability about what will happen in response to behaviors on campus, especially because some of those behaviors are traumatic responses. Something happens, they're triggered, they respond. Right? The second one that I want to highlight is just compassionate and dependable relationships. Young people who have experienced trauma, quite frankly, oftentimes do not naturally have trust in folks. And so we have to do the work to build that trust, and particularly with adults, right? And so building those compassionate and dependable relationships is really important for the work as well as culturally responsive practices. And the last one that I'll highlight is just the importance of skill development, strategies, coping skills, stress management, anxiety skills, how to respond differently to trauma. And so you may be wondering why that's important. Why is it important for us to take a restorative approach? Why is it important for us to think about the protective factors for trauma? And it's because we recognize that our young people are still developing and they will make mistakes in their time with us. But we have to be mindful that we do not allow those behaviors to to stigmatize our young people, right? And so what we mean by that is the behavior is the behavior. The student is not the behavior. The behavior doesn't define who they are as people and who they are as human beings. And so in our responses, we have to be mindful of that, because we have to be mindful that we don't produce shame. We don't want our young people to feel shamed as a result of the mistakes that they may have made, because that actually tends to exasperate the behaviors that we see. And those behaviors may be more external behaviors like attacking others, but they also could be really internalized behaviors. And those are the behaviors that we oftentimes we miss in school settings. And so we have to be just mindful of that. And so as we thought about revising the UBR, our goals were really, again, to continue to look at what is the progression of responses to behaviors. One of the things that you'll notice in the initial UBR, in contrast with the revision, is that the revision really maps out progressive steps and progressive interventions and supports that students might experience on the campus. And that was really important for our community, really was very vocal about wanting to know what that looks like at the classroom level, as well as what that looks like when a student might be referred to the office. Let me just say a few more things on that one, Chris, about what the UBR is not. We want to make sure that folks understand that the UBR is not an evaluation tool. It's not meant to evaluate teaching practices. It's not meant to be evaluative. It's not an exhaustive list of interventions or supports that can be offered, but it is a toolbox. It's meant to be a toolbox in the moment. It's not designed to impede our ability to ensure the physical safety of students and staff on our campus. And it does not prevent our staff and our teachers from completing what we call for your information behavior reports, which is just an opportunity for them to share with us behaviors that might be going on in the classroom. And so attached to today's board agenda, you'll be able to see the current UBR in contrast with the revised UBR. A couple key highlights is one of the things that you'll notice is that we've really tried to use objective language when we define what behaviors look like. So instead of saying willful defiance, we'll say fighting, right? And that was really feedback that came from our young people and our adults about how do we make sure language is not subjective, but objective, so we know what it looks like when it happens on our campuses, which is really important as we continue our work around equity and trying to address the disproportionality in our student behavior outcomes. The other kind of key point that was really important for us to add on here that you will notice was not in the initial UBR was our responses when it comes to Title IX and UCP. And what needs to happen every time a concern around UCP or Title IX comes up. And so those are just some of the key components of the provision. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Marquez to share a little bit more about the collective work.
Thank you. So the work presented by Dr. Powell around the UBR was not done in isolation. And so what I bring to the board is the stakeholder input from various groups for us to review and share with you for full transparency. We recognize the importance of stakeholder input. And so what I'm sharing with you is specifically a summary of the feedback gathered from our various stakeholders that Dr. Powell spoke of at the start in terms of our collective work. So I begin with our behavior guidelines work group, which is really the group that moved forward with the revision of our uniform behavior matrix. And so you could see the various stakeholders that were part of the committee. And the summary in terms of what they were looking for as they worked for the revision, as they worked towards the revision of the UBR, was that they were really seeking more clarity in regards to the UBR. They wanted to make sure that it was clearer and more concise. They wanted to ensure that we had more interventions than what was originally presented with the first iteration of the UBR. They really also pushed for student-friendly language. If this is really to be a living document for our entire community, then they really wanted to ensure that there was student-friendly language. They wanted to see that there was more adult accountability, meaning that the adult responses should be adult responses and not just put on the students in terms of their behavior. And specifically, they also wanted to see that there was a balance between the proactive and preventative responses that we put in place, as opposed to just those reactive administrative responses that we would tend to go to that then led to the disproportionality in our outcomes. And then finally, they really wanted to ensure that the UBR was a means for us to focus on our relationship building. The next two slides do have a lot of words, but I'll just highlight just some key points. And they're specific to our stakeholder equity committee. And you could see specifically who are the members of that committee. I do want to point out that Thomas Brittendahl did join for, I want to say maybe one of those sessions. And he will no longer be part of the SEC. He's decided to opt out of that. And he wanted to make sure that I mentioned that to the board, that even though his name is on there, that he is opting out of participating in the stakeholder equity committee. To highlight here, after the behavior guidelines work group revised the UBR, it was presented to the stakeholder equity committee. And the input that they had was essentially that it was a work in progress that they were happy to see that was aligning with the work that they were hoping they would see as a result of the work from the behavior. And that included supporting adult accountability, looking at appropriately messaging it so that the emphasis on the messaging is around positive relationships. They recognize that there's still a need to have the adults be the drivers of the responses to student behavior. And they also recognize that there was still work to be done with ensuring that there's a more strengths-based approach rather than a deficit-based approach when it comes to student behavior. But they really looked at that as we move forward, that we're moving in the right direction in terms of responding positively and equity when it comes to student behaviors. And so those were some overall input that was collected, feedback from the SEC. In terms of their recommendations.
Before we move on.
Yes.
Can I ask a quick question about the makeup of the committee? This is a very broad cross-section of our stakeholders. I'm just curious if there's a reason why we don't have maybe a parent or a student on this, on the committee.
So listed here, some of the members, for example, Mario Osuna, he's actually a parent also. And so we just listed as his organization, but he's a parent. And I know that Dr. Powell, we've been seeking out student voice for this, and it's just been a little bit difficult to get students to join on this. But Valerie Thompson, who's our facilitator, is actually working together a separate student-only SEC that would function in the same way as this adult group does.
So I love that. And I hope that we could also get a student to, because I think it's very important for them to hear each other, for the students to hear the adult and the adult to hear the students.
Absolutely, yes.
Great.
And in terms of the further recommendations that they're looking for us to continue with the UBR. Next slide, please, Mr. Funk. I'll just highlight a few of the things that they've recommended. One, they want to ensure that the UBR is appropriately communicated across our system, including students. They want to make sure that the messaging is focused on restorative approaches. They really want us to make sure that we identify student needs and respond appropriately based off of the UBR. And then finally, they really want us to look at how do we continue to provide equitable responses to student behavior that are not dependent on a student's race, gender, or program designation. And so those were some of the key highlighted recommendations from the SSC. Dr. Paul also mentioned that another group that we very closely work with is the Office for Civil Rights. And so because of the agreement that we have with them, specific to improving our outcomes around disproportionality, there are some certain expectations that the Office for Civil Rights, as part of our agreement, wants to ensure that we include as part of our uniform behavior responses. Specifically, they want to make sure that the UBR includes a range of positive corrective measures. They want to make sure that there's clearly outlined a list of minor inappropriate behaviors where suspension or expulsion should never be used. They want to make sure that we're looking at eliminating any language within our practices, including the UBR, that are vague, subjective, or redundant offense categories, specifically around willful defiance or disruptive behavior. They want to make sure that we include definitions of misconduct that are clearly defined, uniform, and objective. And finally, they want to ensure that we provide a range of appropriate consequences that may be imposed for each infraction that is listed as part of those infractions as part of the UBR. The next group that we engaged with was our Student Governing Board. And Bruce can, I'm sure, speak to this as well. The key areas that they highlighted that I want to highlight to demonstrate just the alignment that we're starting to see across the various stakeholders were really wanting more clarity for students. They want to make sure that this document is something that is, you heard me say, student-friendly language from another group, but also really that students are able to see it more than just a poster in a classroom. They want to be trained in the UBR. What is it? What do you mean when you say this response? What do you mean when you say this? What does it mean, this infraction? What does Ed Code 48900, what does it actually mean in terms of how I react and respond as a student in the classroom and outside of the classroom? And really, they really push, the Student Governing Board really pushed for the UBR to move us toward us responding as a system that is fair and equitable across the board. And so you know that part of the SGB includes our student representatives from various high schools as well as the 2 board members. And really, I think Dr. Paul mentioned this, but I really want to highlight, if you look at the UBR, you will see an area, I believe it's on the right-hand side in yellow. That was a result of the SGB input, adding the Title IX and UCP to the UBR so that there's also information about that. So the students are very clear about what that is. And that was as a direct result of input gathered from the Student Governing Board. And then finally, the last group that we've been engaging with is our Eastside Teachers Association leadership. Specifically, we've been meeting with Thomas Brittendahl and Jack Habner pretty much almost for the last few weeks, actually for the last few months on a weekly basis. To just ensure that we have transparency, clarity around what our purpose is around the UBR. And so you heard Dr. Paul mention what the UBR is not. And so that's been what a lot of our discussion has been around, to really demonstrate to our teachers that this is not an attempt for us to say gotcha in any sense. It's not intended to be an evaluation tool. It's really intended for us to have more clarity, more uniformity, and really look at how do we respond as the adults to student behavior in a way that is equitable, fair, and is known across our system by students, parents, and all the adults in the system. And so I was very thankful to Thomas that after one of our meetings on a Wednesday, he said, oh, you know what, Teresa, we're having an ESTA assembly this afternoon. Let me see if I could get it on the agenda to get some additional feedback. Luckily, he was able to do that. And this is directly the input that was gathered from the ESTA assembly as a result of Thomas sharing the revised UBR. And so there are some concerns that our Eastside Teachers Association Assembly is still holding, and that's around a perception based off of language within the UBR that the district is trying to get rid of advisors. There continues to be some concern around the suspension language in some of our board policies that stipulates that we will not suspend for willful defiance. They're seeking more clarification about what is and what is not willful defiance. And actually that's in alignment with the Office for Civil Rights, where they're also looking to make sure that we're very clear as to what willful defiance is and what it is not. There is still some apprehension around providing professional development based on folks' experience and feeling that the implicit bias training was ineffective. They're also seeking clarification about what makes behavior severe enough to shift into one of the other categories right away. So again, that clarity around when we say severe, what does it actually mean? They're seeking clarification on one of the statements that is in there that was actually part of the input submitted by both students and parents around each week is a fresh start, welcome students into class each day. So they're looking specifically, what does that mean in the context of the uniform behavior response? And then they just felt that the general presentation of the UBR was a bit complicated and does not actually lead to clarity. And so what we've provided for you here is information, yes, on the overall approach to the development of the revised UBR, but we also want you to be very transparent about the various input that we've collected from the various stakeholder groups. And although you can see that there is quite a bit of alignment across many of our stakeholder groups, there are still some issues that we need to, or some areas that we need to continue to address. And so we've already identified, based on some of the concerns and some of the issues across with regards to the UBR, some immediate steps. And some immediate steps for us include continuing our dialogue and our collaborative work with the newly formed Eastside Teachers Association Equity Committee that is actually chaired by one of our social workers, Valerie Ikamoto. We actually continue to meet with Thomas and Jack. We have a meeting scheduled for tomorrow, I believe, to review once again the UBR. We really need to show and demonstrate the Office for Civil Rights that we're moving forward with one of the key items that they're expecting us to actually complete. And that is the revision and adoption of the Uniform Behavior Matrix. And although tonight we are not bringing it forth for action because we recognize that there are still some items that need to be addressed, we will be, hopefully, our goal is to bring it back to the Board of Trustees on June 3rd for adoption. And our hope is that between now and then, we'll be able to address a number of those items to bring forth. And whatever items we're not able to resolve, we'll be very transparent about what those items continue to be. But the Office for Civil Rights does indeed expect us to have an adopted UBR to be able to start the school year for 2021-22. And then we also have offered for the Office for Civil Rights for themselves, their own representatives to meet with the Eastside Teachers Association leadership so that they themselves can respond with specific concerns around the willful defiance piece. And then longer term steps, we're hoping that we're able to, once the UBR is adopted, to plan for professional development specific to the Uniform Behavior Response Matrix, to explicitly develop a plan for teaching the behavior response to all students during the first week of our 21-22 school year, so that they're actually aware as to what those expectations are and what do we mean with what is written. We're looking to engage our family and support team so that they can provide actual sessions to our families, so our parents also are aware as to what we mean with our uniform behavior response. And then, of course, continue with professional development around those protective factors that Dr. Powell mentioned, so that we're actually not only learning what's in the UBR as a tool, but we're actually also supporting our staff in being able to positively respond to the various needs of our students. And so with that, I open it up to questions. Again, this item is not being brought forth to you for action at the time, given that there are still some items pending, but we do hope to bring it back for action on at the June 3rd board meeting.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Powell, as well as Ms. Marcus, for your presentation. I think this issue is very important and open up a lot of information, as well as I'm learning so much from this presentation. And I hope that, we continue to support for UBR revision goals, very important, continue to work with, the district as well as social worker and support our student. I'd like to open a question for my board members.
A request to have a soft copy of this document that was just shared here.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
can
We'll make
print it
sure you
out.
get that, sir.
Well, I don't use board docs.
That's
I
okay.
just
We'll make
need
sure
that
you get that to
forwarded
you.
to me, that's all.
All right. Board Member Cortese, you raise your
Yeah,
hand.
thank you both so much for this update. It's really useful to see the work in process and, how the thorough outreach that you've done to, bring our stakeholders along. It's just incredible. Thank you both for that. I really especially appreciate sort of the emphasis on this restorative approach because I know just doing my own work with kids and even myself, young people in the community, the impact of shame. And I want to say something kind of radical, but what if we as a system like almost celebrated mistakes? Like what if we had an attitude that's like, I think our natural response as adults when young people make mistakes in our presence is like, wow, I'm really disappointed. I think that's a lot of times sort of what a go-to, like an automatic go-to for people. But if we could take the time to step back and just say, you know what, if that had to happen, I'm glad it happened here. And now we can support you in learning how to deal with that, right? Learning how to clean up the mess, how to deal with the impact, and how to make sure that doesn't happen again, right? It's just a way of like flipping that on its head so that it's not shame like there's something wrong with you or you're bad or you did something bad, but rather, one of the things we used to tell our kids is a mistake is not bad or wrong. It's something you did that didn't generate the result you wanted, right? It just flattens it out and gives us, when something doesn't occur for me as shame, I'm free to step into it then and deal with it, right? So, and I see where you're going with that work. So that's just affirmation. I just think it's great what your the approach you're taking with this.
Member Chavez.
Did you just look at me because you knew I probably had some comments, or did you know I was going next? All right. I love everything about this, the whole process, the content. It's beautiful. So thank you for this work. As part of the next step per conversation, I wonder what would it look like to have students be part of the stakeholder equity committee, like moving forward, engage them in those conversations, because even though we have training, I think it's different to have their voice at the table as part of ongoing feedback.
Absolutely. We'll definitely reach out. It's been a little bit difficult during the pandemic, but we did previously on the onset of the Stakeholder Equity Committee, we did have student representatives where we would meet here in the boardroom. It was just a little difficult to re-engage with them, but we'll definitely do a better job of making sure that they're part of it.
And I'll just add, on our behavior guidelines committee, the committee that actually made the initial revisions, we actually had, we did have a student representative from Independence on that team. But one of the things that we got from them was sometimes it can feel really intimidating to be just a few in the minority as a student in the space. And so that really was why when we talked about the Stakeholder Equity Committee, we are really looking at the possibility of developing a full student one and then bringing multiple representatives of each together. Because just bringing the students, when there's 20 adults and 2 or 3 students, it still is an equity of voice, it feels like, for the students.
I love that. That feels so meaningful. Thank you.
Bruce, you have any question or comment for this item?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for the presentation and for including Student Governing Board and students as stakeholders and contributors to the revised Uber. And it's really amazing too. Yeah.
That's what all the students call it, the Uber.
Yeah. And a lot of my teachers as well. So there are a lot of questions, for students on how we can continue to improve these policies and to continue to stay engaged, right? And the question I'm asking is how can we as students work with administrators to better address student behaviors that we have seen, on our campuses with our own eyes every day. And some of the things we know aren't just one and done, right? They take a lot of effort. And as you already have said, there are restorative efforts in making sure that those behaviors can be mediated. However, playing it out on day to day, I just wanted to ask about how we can contribute to that.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things. We really want to continue to build relationships with SGB. That's why I came to the initial meeting, because in that space, there's representation from all schools. So really thinking about, as we think about policy, how do we use SGB as a central point to then filter out to all schools so that we have representation of all students, right? And so I, again, just encourage those emails of like, hey, Sean, come and share with us about UBR, and then co-collaborating and constructing. What are those next steps? What do they look like for us? I'm all about it. The other piece that I think is really important is as we continue in our work of restorative practices, there's space for students to really be key leaders in the work of facilitating circles on campuses, providing dialogue with peers. Other supports that we have at a couple of our school sites in the mental health and wellness that kind of connects to this work is we have several schools, yours being one of them, that have started peer support counseling groups this year as well. And so all of those are ways that I think students can continue to be involved in the work and amplify voice, as well as social media. I think that's a good
All right. All right, Board Vice President Herrera.
It's just really intriguing for me and inspiring even to keep hearing reports as this work continues. And I do want to say that as a policymaker, and speaking only for myself, when I'm looking at system change initiatives, part of what's important for me is I want to understand deeply the contrary perspectives, the opposing perspectives, the dissenting perspectives. I don't feel comfortable with something coming to the board where those have been in some way sidelined, marginalized, submerged, they've been quieted in some way as the process moved forward. For me, system change is more likely when the contrary views are heard at the highest levels of the organization. And what comes forward includes that as part of a deliberation, by the policymaking board. I want to understand it because some of it may be just your old regular opposition to any kind of change, and those rationales tend to not be very strong. But sometimes there is an insight, there's a credible perspective that needs to be brought in, into the final inflections of what the policy framework should be. And so I'm just saying, when it is brought back for action, one of the things I'm going to be looking for is, what is still out there that is dissenting, and what's that based on, and to hear it in that same forum where we're being asked to approve, kind of thing. So that's just me.
Yeah, and if I may, what I presented from the Eastside Teachers Association Assembly was our attempt to actually present what we at least have heard and has come to us from Thomas having taken it to the leadership or the assembly. And so that's why we wanted to put as part of the presentation all the various stakeholder, which even if you look specifically at the stakeholder equity committee input, there's still some recommendations, some people that feel it's not quite ready yet. There's still some more need, and I called those out. And then in particular, if you look at this is specifically cut and paste from an email from Thomas Brenda. And so I did share with him that I would be sharing this particular input in response to him sharing, hey, Teresa, we're not quite ready. Another thing that I want to share with the board is that we were ready to present on May 6th. I reached out to Thomas Brittendahl and Jack Habner to give them a heads up because we had been in discussion with them that we would be presenting. They still had some concerns. And so we said, okay, let me pull it to make sure that we address those concerns. And so we've been meeting with them to address those particular concerns. As a result of that, I told them, hey, for timeline purposes, I'm going to bring it to the May 20th, but not for action, knowing that there's still these concerns here that you have clearly expressed to me and brought forth as the representative of the Eastside Teachers Association after you took it to the assembly meeting last Wednesday. And so that was my attempt at bringing to the board the various stakeholder input, including the still pending concerns that some of our teachers have in response to the UBR.
And I really appreciate that kind of outreach, that kind of consultation. It's all good faith, to understand each other. And what I'm trying to emphasize is that when it finally gets to a decision point here in these chambers with this body, if there remains significant resistance out in the rank and file, in spite of all our efforts and dialogue and what have you, for me, I'm just speaking for myself, I want to understand the nature of that resistance, the nature of that dissent. What's it based on? Before I'm asked to just bless the whole effort that was made and approve it. And the reason why is, in my experience, when there is resistance and we're looking for system change, it's more likely if people feel like they have been heard and understood, not necessarily agreed with, heard and understood at the highest levels of decision making. When they've had their day in court and they can tell that they've been understood, but just don't agree, they tend to start to live with reality, and adapt. And even if there isn't an embrace, the resistance is not the same because we've taken an extra step, to actually honor a lived experience that doesn't align with the framework. I just want to hear it. I want to know. That's all. I think you're hearing me.
Agreed. And we're prepared to do that on June 3rd and still bring for full transparency, which is the agreement that I've also made to Thomas and Jack, that we would still bring any pending issues that were still unresolved and then allow the board to then take action at that point, knowing those specific points that you have brought up.
I'm sorry, I'm going to just say one more thing. When it gets here, I really do think that what I need, maybe my colleagues don't, is a board study session on it, not just a regular agenda meeting where it just comes up, people speak for 3 minutes, that kind of thing. I think it needs to be unpacked, and its final point, as it's teed up for a decision, need to have a good 2-3 hours where the board can hear again the framework, the rationales, the dissent, and then bring it for a regular agenda item for action.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. I really want to, dive in a little bit more, for this subject is very important. It's really affect across the board, not just, only students, but parents, community, teachers, staff. So I think it's very important to have, a study session.
What's the deadline for OCR?
We're well past the deadline, so I'll just communicate with the Office for Civil Rights and tell them that this is what the board direction is, and we'll see what they say.
What was it?
About a year ago. Yeah. So we meet with them on a regular basis, as Dr. Powell has mentioned, and so we'll bring forward to them. There's also some board policies that are in alignment with the UBR that will then be held up as a result of us not moving forward with the UBR. And so there are a number of things that are connected to the uniform behavior responses that include a number of board policies that are also in discussion and have been shared with our Eastside Teachers Association as well for commenting. Again, that's other items that we're working with Thomas and Jack on in terms of discussion. And so those are some additional items, but Dr. Powell and I regularly meet with the Office for Civil Rights. And so we'll explain to him the current situation that we're in, and we'll see what direction it is that they give for us.
So we could do a study session in mid-June. We have a June 3 meeting and a June 20-something meeting, June 27. We could do one in the middle, between the two meetings, we could have a study session. Well, we can do it with you on Zoom, can't we?
Teachers are probably going to be on vacation. So we got to take that into account.
Mm,
If we really want that perspective.
it.
So if we want to do a study session, it probably has to happen sooner rather than later.
Sooner is fine, or since you're off already with the Office of Civil Rights, maybe August. you know?
Yeah, the other piece too, though, even aside from just the compliance piece, we're returning from a pandemic. And so there's going to be behaviors that our students are going to carry with them that are going to be in response to whatever trauma it is that they've experienced, that we need to be fully prepared to be able to engage in that, or we're going to continue to see the disproportionate outcomes across behavior referrals, suspensions that we've had for a number of years. And so it is something that is urgent. I do recognize that when there is resistance and there is still some pause coming from our various stakeholders, in particular teachers who are having to enact this, that we have to respond to it and we can't ignore it. And so that's been the attempt that Dr. Paul and I have made with meeting regularly with Thomas, with Jack, with the Office for Civil Rights, with the various stakeholder groups, in an effort to, yes, be compliant with our agreement with the Office for Civil Rights, but really to be able to move forward and positively respond as a system to the very many behaviors that are going to be exhibited as a result of what our kids have now endured. And so the trauma that they've endured as part of the pandemic, the drama that they've endured as part of just not having that social contact with their peers and with teachers is going to get manifested in behaviors. The fact that when we come back, students are going to be expected to follow certain safety protocols and procedures is also something that we're going to have to take into account and be prepared to respond to that in a way that is going to continue to make them feel welcome as they are, and that we as the adults are positively responding. If we're requiring students to wear a mask and a student doesn't, how are we going to respond to that? If a student comes in and doesn't necessarily follow a specific safety protocol, what's going to be our response to that? A student coming back to being in person after over a year of not being in person is going to require certain adult responses for us to respond. And so what we're trying to do is really prepare and plan for professional development to support our teachers in being able to be restorative with our students, to support our families and students in being able to learn what those expected behaviors are going to be so that they specifically know what we expect for them and how we're going to acknowledge them when they do meet those expectations. And so that's part of the urgency, is that we're in a situation currently right now that has prompted us to really look at how we engage with students differently.
So let's find a date sooner rather than later and have a study session.
Can I ask a question to you, Manuel? What would this study session do that hasn't been done already through the engagement that the administration has done through the numerous stakeholder engagements?
So for one thing, it would take the polarity of the issue, those pro and those con, and bring it to this level. That is, they've been involved in those conversations, and I really appreciate that. That's been a part of the process. But for us to be in an official process, moving it to a decision point, that's where everything's coming to a head, and at that point in time, the perspectives have been refined, pro and con. They've kind of like whittled it down to where are they in disagreement, and for that to be heard here and dialogue here, is really important in order to open a real pathway to system change.
Being able to have that direct communication with the board and all stakeholders in one place till we figure it out.
The different stakeholders, but especially the polarity of the views. It's like here, we're going to get as anchored as they are after a study session in what is the nature. There's a strong case for this change, and you've been building that case, and you built, you're anchoring it very strongly. So I'm very curious why that isn't as persuasive to some, and I know that if I were to have an opportunity to hear them in this room, in this boardroom, that it would bring up for me lines of inquiry, for what's that about, and why isn't it being acknowledged, or that is, why isn't it being taken into account in what we're proposing to do. And at the end of the day, we may just disagree. And that's but we've listened here, in this room with this body, and the board needs to do what it's designed to do. It needs to make a decision. It needs to adopt policies. It needs to be willing, to take steps for where we want to go for the higher possibilities of our community.
Well, I think that we want to look into, our stakeholder, if we can come up to the time that we're going to have a study session, because we don't want to leave out, some of the, perspective of a teacher might be out of town, during the time that we have a study session. So I think if we can come back and maybe propose a date, for a study session.
Yeah, if there's urgency, let's move on getting this
Can I
calendar.
just make a comment before I'm okay if we do a study session, given where we're at today, but it feels like there was a lot of work leading up to today that I don't know if feels 100% acknowledged. I get what you're saying, Manuel. And I'm also trying to put myself in other people's shoes, right? And if this is an important issue where we really want multiple stakeholders to show up, then we need to make sure that when this is being discussed in settings like this, like we leverage these moments and not create more spaces for people to have to show up separately, because there's, especially right now, there's just so much going on, right? And we have to be, I know we're all busy, but I'm just like, man, I take responsibility for this too. How can I be more thoughtful ongoing? Because there's just so much that we know and that we don't know. And this just feels like a missed moment. And I think it's a reflection for us as a board to just, if we know this is going to be big, I don't think it's a surprise for anyone. Then leading up to it, we either say, hey, save the presentation. Let's not even dive in there. Like, we need to engage with, stakeholders in a different, deeper way than what a board space can create. Then let's do that. Yeah, I don't know. That's just a
I
reflection.
thought I did acknowledge that. Every time you presented, I'm always a little blown away by the depth, the breadth, the visionary and bold nature of what you're doing, what you're working on. This is not small stuff.
Yeah, it's a big
And
step.
believe it or not, this is my way of wanting to get this, there, and to bring as much of our community along as possible. That's the basis of everything that I'm saying right now.
Yeah, let me open for Board Member Doe.
First of all, I just want to acknowledge the incredibly hard work and the boldness of the work that you two of Ms. Marquez and Dr. Powers have put in to carry this through today. I want to echo my colleague, Trustee Herrera, has said earlier. We want to make this systematic change. In order to make this systematic change, we have to carry as many folks along on this journey as possible. And whether that is through the board studies or any other way to be supportive of what you're doing, I want to be supportive of that. So I will be happy to support what Trustee Herrera said earlier, but my intention is to be supportive of UBL Uber, as I said earlier. But we want to move it forward, and we want to carry as many folks to get their voice onto the UBI as possible.
All right, so tonight
Can
you
I
just want to
can I make a
present.
point of clarification? I'm sorry, President Lee. I am 100% on board with bringing everyone from students to parents to teachers to administrators, everyone on board. I just think we have to be respectful of people's times and just be more thoughtful about how we approach it so that it's all encompassing of all of our wishes. That's just a reflection that I have as one board member. But that does not mean, again, just to be clear, that I don't care or I don't think it's important to bring everyone as close to 100% forward, especially with something as important as this. I'm all about having everybody's voice at the table. And it's just like, let's be one team and like think through this together in advance. That's what I am suggesting. That's all.
All right, from my understanding that you have, you will bring back on June 3rd for action, am I correct?
That was our goal, but after hearing the proposal by Trustee Herrera, it looks like that may not happen, given the need to have a study session.
Right, we have a study session.
Why don't we do a
We'll
study
have it.
session before?
If we really want to make this happen by June 3rd and we want to bring everyone together, let's do it all.
If it went to the second meeting of June, would that create a problem? Oh, the teachers on vacation.
Yeah, it's just, we
Yes.
wanted to be fully transparent and we did not want teachers to feel that we try to bring it forth on the June 24th meeting while, when school was already out.
Right, okay.
Right.
So let's try to find a day before, the June 3rd meeting or the.
Looking at a calendar.
Or. Yeah, Mary
Yeah,
can
Mary can
poll.
pull.
Yeah.
All
Well,
right.
and folks, can I remind you that we already have a special board meeting on Monday, May 24th,
yeah.
and the following week is June 3rd.
Well, that's why they pay us the big bucks. We meet,
We'll get paid the big bucks. All right. So Mary, would you help to get the pool from us? And probably we're going to invite our stakeholder, for
Well,
the time frame.
the approach we've used is a focus group that has voices with perspectives of different, groups. And
Okay. Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Fung.
Hello, hi, my name is Lucila again. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to highlight, and first of all, I want to thank the staff. It looks like you all have put an intensive amount of work in bringing these recommendations forward. I just wanted to take the opportunity to share that from Californians for Justice and the survey, the focus groups and the interviews that we did with the young students, just wanted to highlight that there was a big majority of them, 82% of them, that wanted to see restorative justice be integrated into the classroom and be practiced in the district. And over 90% of them see this as a racial justice priority for them. So I just wanted to highlight that. I support, the board members' comments and that it's urgent and it's very important that we have students be included as we're moving forward these conversations. And also just like a reminder that we have an opportunity now more than ever. We've been shown the disproportionate impact that the COVID and the pandemic has had on communities of color specifically. And I think that we are in a historic moment where we can come back better and create a better system that will serve our students of color. And sometimes that, that needs bold action to be taken. And so, I just wanted to contribute those and give you the perspective of the students that we work with as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucilia Ortiz. All right, so now, so we want to conclude that staff will bring back this time that we're gonna meet for study session before you're gonna bring it back for its action, right? All right. Any other option?
we may even end up meeting the days, the Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday before the June 3rd Thursday meeting.
Okay. All right, thanks, Ms. Marcus and also Dr. Power. I want to ask the Superintendent Fung, we have about 20 more minutes, and we have a couple of presentation. I don't know if we can move some presentation because, we want to end it at 10 to respect everyone's time, and our board gonna have to go back to a closed session. So I think we need to know which item that we could refer to the next board meeting, which is June 3rd, because I saw a couple presentation and we still have a long list. I don't know.
And that's adult ed, and we must hear that tonight.
Okay.
From 10 to 10:30.
All right, we're gonna have to go for it. Okay, all right. Thank you, Superintendent
We're
Fung.
staying on top of that, Madam President.
Thank you for getting that. All right, so move it forward for 12.02, presentation or discussion regarding adult education program. Ms. Tracy Williams, Principal, and Teresa Marcus, Associate Superintendent of Educational Services.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to present our wonderful director of our adult education program, Ms. Tracy Williams, who will share with you information specific to our adult ed.
Hello, Tracy.
Just it.
Williams. Oh,
no.
happy anniversary.
Sure.
Yeah, it's not on.
One,
There
two.
you go.
Okay.
Oh,
So what have I been doing the last couple of years since I've been, and I have not met you. Hello, board member Dove. You can come in the fall, or you can come for summer school. So I'm going to try to be brief, depends on the questions you have. A lot has been happening. I tried to get it in just a few slides for you this evening. But when we look at what I'm going to go over today, it's who are we, what's new, how are we now during the pandemic, and what's next for us over at Adult Ed. And so the chart that you have was an additional chart. I know it looks like an eye chart, but this is a pre-pandemic snapshot from 2019, 2020, just to kind of give you an idea of who our students are and how many students we have enrolled. And so we averaged about 6,000 students. You see two numbers there. One says students served and one says CAPE program enrollment. CAPE program enrollment means any student that walks in, meets with a counselor, might have 1 to 12 hours of time with us, gets caught in that number. But 12 hours and above are our students served. So that's the difference in the numbers. Our student population is primarily Asian and Latinx, mostly female comes to adult ed. And you see the various age breakdowns right below that. Also, the majority of our students are English language learners. And we have 27% of our students who participate in our basic literacy and our secondary education program. And again, when we look at who our students are and why they come to us and what some barriers might be around their employment opportunities, we see that English language is a primary barrier and low literacy. So we are there to serve adults move on to their next journey in life. Although students may have jobs, our goal is also to take students from low income wage earners to middle income wage earners. So we also offer certification programs. Next slide, please.
Can I just say, I love that 3% of your students are 70 and above. That rocks.
And they're cute. Yes, we love ours. And so here are some of our students here on the snapshot. And so here are the programs we offer at Eastside Adult Ed. We have, like I said, our high school diploma program, GED, our career technical education, adult basic literacy, English as a second language, and our citizenship program. We also have some partnerships. We are part of a consortium. We are part of the South Bay Consortium for Adult Ed, which includes 5 adult schools, 4 community colleges out of 2 community college districts. And starting in 21-22, I will serve as the co-chair representing the adult schools for the consortium, partner with the adult school co-chair, Keisha Puccini, out of San Jose City. So I am the co-chair who from Campbell has stepped down, so I was appointed several weeks ago, so I will serve as the co-chair for the consortium. We also have our Perkins partnership for our CTE program, because CTE is not federally funded with our WIOA grant. And so we have a partnership with Mountain View Los Altos, Fairfield, Suisun, in which we earned some additional funds to support our robotics program that we have. My teachers wrote the Perkins grant, and we have a FANUC robot that has the hands-on and all the cool things in there. And so that's what that money supports, and you'll see the numbers later. We also have an MOU with Work to Future, which is our American Jobs Center of California's partnership. And we also partner with Franklin McKinley School District in Allen Rock. So when school's in person, while the students are in school, parents take classes at their school site, and we have teachers who teach at those sites in those elementary schools. And so those are our satellite locations. And then right now we are starting a pilot with Santa Clara County Office of Ed. We are doing a summer pilot remote right now. They're recruiting the parents within the county, Santa Clara County, to enroll in distance learning through our English language learner program. And so we are starting that MOU with them this summer, hopefully to offer more sessions and to recruit more individuals in the fall. So the money, the funding. So this is the consortium funding. This is our state funding. We call it CAPE. And so you will see 2021 funding, and then you will see the proposed 21-22 allocation. So right now we did have the governors may revise. And while there were some opportunities for K through 12, that same love was not given to the adult education. He only did an upward swing of 0.2%. And so COLA right now in the governor's may revise is only 1.7, whereas in our K through 12, I believe it is at about 5%, 5.07. And so if you want to put on your advocacy hats and help advocate for adult ed to have the COLA be more equitable across the board, we are a K through 12 districts from where we reside. So we all want to see that COLA be more equitable. But when we look at Eastside's number, we are projected to receive about 7 million. And so the increase in the next year's funding compared to this funding, as a consortium, there are consortia-wide positions. And one of the positions that is important for us is a web tech. And so the consortia is funding Eastside to house and to hold that position. So that's an additional amount that's included in our amount for next year, as well as the stipend for the co-chair position. Okay, just you caught that, Board Member Chavez. So we will see the increase for next year at $7 million for Eastside. So that is our state funding. Yes. 2015, 2013. Yeah. Not in the state, not. So with the state funding, so it was the maintenance ever. So what happened when all that money was swept and when it was ADG, when it was the bill back then before it became the funding, they did it on maintenance of effort. So you never would really lose what you currently have, right? And so as a consortium, that's what we've been maintaining is our current funding level. And the only way we gain or lose is if we're moving these consortia-wide positions. So say, for instance, we have the web tech housed here, but we move it. So before I came, Rich Uribe was a co-chair. So when he left, that funding left and went to Case where that co-chair position went. So now that person resigned and I was appointed, it comes back here. So that money moves, but the district's allocation, which is more in the 6.8 million, that will stay consistent. Nope. No, because we're the largest school. We're the largest school. And the consortium operates off a consensus basis. So I would have to agree. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't agree. And before any decisions are made, I do consult with business services on what I am allowed and able to offer and to assume on behalf of the district. So I do consult, but I would never give away. Our next chart is our overall funding projection. And so you'll see some TBDs because we do not have our WIOA projection. Now the WIOA is a funding that is based on our payment points. So that number could go up or down based on how well enrollment. It's about our testing, our pre-test and our post-test and our assessment. And so the feds look to see if there's any gains in our students' learning. We get assigned payment points, so that money is dependent upon that. Due to the pandemic, we were told that they will look at our funding based on our 19-20 numbers, and they weren't going to hold us to this current year because they realized everybody's enrollment has suffered. So we still don't know what that number is. I didn't want to put a number on here, so it's TBD. But if you look at 2021 and we look at our amended award for WIOA, we did at the end of April get an additional roughly 30,000 at 29,856. And so we have to spend that by June 30th. So WIOA is a funding that has to be spent every year. We can't leave a penny. So we spend there first and then we backfill off of our state. So we have been offering professional development. We're looking to see some other things that we can get ahead of next year to make sure that we have the supplies ready. So when we get to our in-person offerings, we're able to do so. And then you'll see our Perkins CTE line. That was a 3-year grant. And so again, that was based on our robotics. And then you can see what our anticipated funding is for next year. Next slide. So what's new? So when I came to you the last time and you guys were great and you guys approved the high school program to go from 190 credits down to 150 credits, we really led that effort in the consortium. So now all 5 adult schools have reduced their credits down to 150. So we are all aligned across our consortia of the high school graduation requirements being 150 credits. So I'm kind of proud that Eastside led the way in that. Also, we are a testing site for HiSET, which is a high school equivalency. We started that in September 2019, but as of February 2021, we are now a GED testing site. So while we held classes and we do GE test prep, we are now officially a test center. So a student doesn't have to be our student to come and take the GED test at Eastside. We also earn about $11 per test taker when they test with us. So it generates a little income, but most importantly, we did it because we do have quite a few students who enroll in our test prep and they have to find other locations to take the test. This way, it's more accommodating that they can take the test where they go to school. Studies show that when you're more familiar with the environment, you do better. So we're glad that we're able to be a testing center and our students can take advantage of taking their GED on site with us.
Ms. William, can I interrupt you just 1 second? I need my board to approve, or we're gonna extend it to 10:30 because now we're about 4 more minutes to 10. So I need, we agree, but we did not, I think we need to, every time that we move to after 10 o'clock, we
Legal
need to
counsel
vote.
says we have to vote.
Within 4 more, yes, that's right. I want to interrupt Ms. Williams. So I need.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
Ms. Williams. I move that we extend the meeting at least till 10:30
I'll
p.m.
second.
All right. Bruce, how do you vote?
Oh, okay, thanks. So I can slow down. I don't have to talk as fast. Is that what
Bruce, how do
said?
you vote?
Yeah, approved.
All right. Yes. So
All in
Bruce,
favor?
how do you vote? Vote
He
yes,
said
right?
yes.
Okay. All right. All in favor? Please say
Aye.
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 Any objection? Any abstentions? Hear none, see none. The item is passed unanimously. So please go ahead, Ms. William. Thank you.
All righty, draw your attention to the red box down there in the corner. So we also were able to add some programs. So we also hired a CTE, Career Technical Education, and IET, which is Integrated Education and Training Supervisor. And what that program does, it marries the CTE program with English language learner and find a place to help the English language learner get that skill. So that supervisor was able to add a Microsoft kind of pathway. So we had students who took that, and we actually had 3 students this semester take the certification for Microsoft and they passed. So that was exciting out of that IET program. We also took advantage of partnering with Mission College in their early childhood this semester. So this was a partnership that Santa Clara Adult School had. We just kind of rode on their coattails and were able to offer some of our students the opportunity to enroll in the early childhood education program. For this coming year, we're looking to do it in the accounting and bookkeeping. We have that as a class, but often our ESL students aren't able to access it because of the language barrier. So the IET program helps with that vocabulary and slows down that learning so that they're able to engage and to be successful in that class. Next slide. Oh, good, okay. Also with career technical education, when we did the 150 credits, one of the graduation requirements was that financial literacy class. And so when we did that, I hired a new financial literacy teacher who's wonderful, who's offered some fundamentals of investing, some fundamentals of tax prep, and those 3 classes. And so this year, our school was approved as a approved tax preparer, a volunteer tax preparer. So we were registered, people go for the free tax advice. And so the contact the class and they get the tax for individuals who needed the free tax, and the class reviewed it as a class. And so next year they will continue that work. So we were certified tax preparers for our tax class, our tax preparation class. So, and so when they take the second course, they will actually be licensed to prepare taxes on their own. So in the fall, they will continue the class. And so these are some of the exciting things that we're building up in CTE. We also, again, have our robotics class. And then SB 554 is a new bill that came out with dual enrollment with the community college. And this is an opportunity for students in our high school diploma program to be enrolled at the community college. We have that here in the comprehensive site, but for the adult learners who are in the high school diploma program, they will be able to be dual enrolled. So we're diving into it as a consortium, trying to figure out, well, what does that look like how can I offer it? So we're still trying to unpackage this and figure out how our students can get the credit in attendance and be served the way that they need to in those programs. So how are we now? How did we survive this past year in the pandemic? And that is the big question. All of our classes are remote. Our teachers did a wonderful job in figuring it out, as in all our staff, I think, throughout the district, in learning how to convert an in-person experience to a remote learning environment. So students were issued Chromebooks from our class sets. We did get a loan, thank you, Randy, from the district. We got 20, but we primarily used what we had as class sets. Our teachers received the laptops that were our class set, but the biggest impact was the decline in enrollment. We suffer great. Our students don't have to be at school. They're adults. They had other priorities. And so we saw a drop in our ESL, primarily our pre-lit, because language across the computer, you can't give that instruction. You can't even give an instruction how to get on the computer, right? And so we saw that the pre-lit ESL learners, we lost most in that category, but it was just hard navigating and keeping people engaged. And then you lose because their kids are on the computer, or they had to leave the area because they lost jobs, or whatever the reasons were, we all felt it. And so we saw it in our enrollment. Next slide, please. So the other eye chart. So let me just give you a glimpse and get your eyes. I did the red arrows for you to help you out. So this is a consortium-wide cumulative enrollment over a 3-year period, which 2019 at the top, 2020 in the middle, and 2021. And you can just see the trend and how our numbers drop. And this is by quarter. So at the end of September, you can see 2020 over 2021, we were down about 2,200 students. So that was the impact of what the pandemic did for our enrollment. We lost about 2,000 students. And even at this time in March, third quarter, we are down about 3,000 students. And so that's how we're getting through. The next page breaks it down by program, and you will see that within the program, we are the second row, and it's primarily in our ESL program. So we have, and this is consistent across the state when you look at adult ed. And again, because our students, just the access, even though we're able to give technology, there's other factors that come into place for our population. So we are, I'm going to go into what's next, but we are, as a consortium, we're doing our annual plan tomorrow. And one of the main things is the enrollment recovery. You know, we can message, we could put things out, and I work with our district marketing who puts ads in the paper and the Vietnamese and in the Spanish publications. And so we're going to continue to do that. But we do know that most of our students who have engaged in a remote environment, they like the remote environment. We also have to figure out, our classes can't hold the number of students. If we keep some distancing there, we might be able to get 12 to 15. We can't get the 25 to 30 people back in a classroom. And so just those opportunities and the way we look and how we do school are things that we're going to continue to look at throughout the summer in order to get ready for the school year. We do realize that we're going to have to keep a number of classes on a remote environment, meaning teacher in the classroom teaching and the students at home in order to keep the enrollment numbers for those who want to be engaged. But we're still going to be balancing that out.
Tracy, just a quick question. Are you finding, because they're adults, that some of them are preferring the online platform over the in-person just
Oh.
because they have busy lives and whatnot?
Oh, the ones who chose to stay online, they love it. They're like, okay, oh, can we stay? You know, and because they're able to do things at home and then come back and still be engaged. And yeah, so some of those students want, and then the others who have the issue with accessing because of the language barriers, they need that in person, right? But I sat in a class and a couple of said, we want to stay, we don't want to go back to campus. So it's like, okay.
So will there be a way to accommodate that going forward?
Yeah, we'll still do remote. The teacher will be teaching from the classroom and can accommodate the students who want to do remote. We don't want to lose those students and keep them from engaging with us. So we'll balance out. And then we do have that population that want to be in person.
Yeah, of
Online's not
course.
for everybody, right?
Yeah, great.
Well, Tracy Williams, I really appreciate your presentation. I know it's well worth it for we waiting until after 10, but thank you for your time and you stick with us. This adult education is very. Oh, I'm not done yet. Oh, thank you for the question. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hang on, I'll be back in 2 years. Let me go, I'll get through this one.
2 years. Oh my gosh.
So next up, we have graduation next week. If anybody wants to come in person and accept the class, just let me know if they want to designate me to do it. So Tuesday at 6:30, we're at Independence at the stadium. It's a brief graduation. We have about 102 potential graduates. And again, those who want to participate, they're picking up tickets now. We will have summer school. We will offer 2 sessions, June and July, and we will offer them both for our high school diploma, ESL, and also our pilot with the county office. And some of the other to-dos we need to, I'm working with HR now to get the web tech position details ironed out, but we will need to be able to get that approved by you and posted for a hiring, and then we will be planning for fall hybrid courses. Next slide. Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Are the students served in the CAPE program, so those are unduplicated?
So the CAPE program is anybody that walks in and meets with a counselor and gets 1 hour of service. And then the students served are the ones that have 12 or more hours of instruction in contact with the school. So you'll see the students in enrollment higher than the students served because there's a lot of students that may only have less than 12 hours.
That explains the previous one.
Yes.
Okay, I just didn't realize we were up to 10,000.
Oh. Well, not this year, but last year. Okay, that's okay.
So you get to the last question.
I'm almost
page,
at
or-
is that my last slide, the question?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, she
All
was
right.
anticipating me being done. Okay, then
All
that's
right.
okay.
Thank you
So-
for, no, so finally I have a question, but I really appreciate because this adult education presentation is very dear to my heart. I took this, one of the class accounting, at the adult education, and really I finally got a job and support my family. So this presentation is really very impressive to me. And I know that you have other classes that you open, like financial literacy, fundamental investing, and tax preparation. And I have not received the flyer. I usually receive the flyer, but I did not receive it this time. So could you help me when you send out the flyer? Could you send a flyer to me? Because I will be in the community. I could distribute it, or I could send it out to the Vietnamese media so they can broadcast us for us, because I know that this is very important. There's a lot of people need this adult education when they come into immigrant.
So Linda's preparing the postcards, and actually we have the PO with Cali today. That's the Vietnamese radio, right?
But usually I receive it, but this time I didn't receive it, so I'm kind of
So those postcards, but we'll make sure that you get it. And then outside of that, I do a separate postcard. I used to do a catalog, but during the pandemic and whatnot, we just do a postcard and then we redirect them to the website where they can do an online enrollment form. And
Right.
so our office staff says that postcard generated just the same amount of foot traffic as the full catalog.
Mhm.
So we're just going to cut back on that expense and send the postcard and redirect them to the website for enrollment.
That's awesome. And also one more question is, I usually visit, visit adult education at, but I was wondering, do we have enough staff for the language to support the demographic? Because, it's very important when the people first pick up the phone and they don't have the language and they would drop out because, first for the staff representative or speak the language.
So with office, that's always the challenge of finding and the turnover in classified positions and finding that match. But we do have staff at IAC. We just hired a Vietnamese speaker, so that's helpful. And so we have Spanish speaker there. And then our Overfeld office has our Spanish speaker. And so when there's help needed, we have teachers who assist. So that is helpful. So we haven't had that issue necessarily as much. And if I didn't mention it, we have 3 campuses, but this past year we did not offer at Andrew Hill in the evening. So we consolidated and we only offered out of Overfeld and Independence. But those students still took classes online. So that was the other impact. But we haven't felt that as much with the students. Our staff tends to work it out. They'll find somebody to come help with any translations.
All right,
And
thank
we've actually utilized the district translation services as well when something was needed.
All right, thank you. Any other board comments?
Just, you mentioned a decline in enrollment. Can you, and I didn't get whether you offered a percentage decline or a numerical decline, some
I
sense of
gave you a
what.
numerical decline. We're down about 3,000 students. There,
Okay. Right, thank you.
All right, no other board comments? All right, then thank you, Ms. Stacy Williams.
Good to see you
Thank you.
again.
Good to see you
Very
again.
good
All
to
right.
see you.
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
All right. All right, thank you.
Oh, you're going to go to the graduation? No. I was going to offer myself as a
Okay.
last resort.
All right, let's move on. We have 12.03 discussion and action regarding Yale National Initiative. Mr. Chris Funk, Superintendent.
Yes, because, sorry. Because we had so many presentations this evening, we cut this out as a presentation because I hoped the board understood. We've been talking about the Yale Initiative for many years, but this is an opportunity to open up our own local program, partnering with San Jose State. So this is an MOU between Franklin McKinley, Eastside, and San Jose State University to open up our local cohort.
For approval.
Okay. All right, Mary, did you get Board Chavez first approval, and second is Board Patty Courtesy? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Oh,
I forgot to ask Bruce.
Bruce first.
Bruce, how do you vote?
I approve.
All right, thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any objection, any abstention? Here none, seen none. The items pass unanimously. All right, move to 13.01. Discussion and action to approve the contract for professional service over
Move
25,000.
for approval.
Second.
All right. Bruce, how do you vote?
I approve.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any objection, any abstention? The item is passed unanimously. 14.01, discussion and action to approve memorandum of understanding for bilingual incentive for certificate new hires between Eastside Union High School District and Eastside Teacher Association. Not that I know of. I don't have any. I'll move for approval.
Second.
Okay. Board Member Doe, move approval, second by Board Chavez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any objection, any obsession? Yeah, any objection, any abstention? I hear none, see none. Bruce, how do you vote?
I approve.
I'm sorry. I'm getting to the time that I'm probably mixed up. I'm sorry. I might have to ask you first. All right. All right. Okay. Item 14.02, discussion and action to approve memorandum of understanding regarding school reopening and operation related to COVID-19 vaccination between Eastside Union High School District and Eastside Teacher Association, ESTA. Is Mr. Vanderzee? 1 minute there or?
You want, this is an MOU. We've already agreed with ESTA. We both signed off regarding vaccinations, and we will be adjusting it to the county orders that were given 2 days ago.
Move for approval.
Bruce, how do you vote?
I approve.
All right. Mary, you got Board Member Herrera and Board Member Chavez, all right? Board Member Doe, okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any objection, any abstention? The item is passed unanimously. Move to 14.03. Discussion and action to approve memorandum understanding for 2021 summer school between Eastside Union High School District
Let's
and
do
ESTA.
quick motions, Board. I don't want to keep offering all of them.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right. All in favor, please say aye. Sorry, Bruce.
Bruce.
Bruce, how do you vote?
I approve.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
No objection, no abstain. The item is passed unanimously. Item 14.04, discussion and action to approve memorandum of understanding regarding extending learning opportunities between Eastside and Eastside ESTA.
Move to approve.
Second. Any of them,
All
it
right.
doesn't matter.
Bruce, how do you vote?
I approve.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any objection, any abstention? The item is passed unanimously.
Madam
14.05.
President, the next two, I'm sorry, the next three are just for trustees.
Okay.
The item 14.05,
Yeah, the next-
06?
The next four items that are part of the salary, me too, that's contract.
Oh, the contract. Oh, okay. All right. So do I need to read all of this item? No? Okay. So refer to item 14.05, 14.06, 14.07, and 14.08.
Oh, no, you gotta do it individually.
Oh, for
You just don't
individual
have-
one,
you don't
right?
Have to read the whole agenda part if someone makes a motion though.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry. 14 point.
President, move
Yes.
for approval of item 1405 on increase to California School Employees Association.
Okay, right. Mary, do you get the vote? Okay. Bruce, how do you vote?
No.
Oh, no vote. Oh, okay, no, but because the increase the California school employee. Okay, so all in favor, please say aye.
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 No objection, no abstain. The item passed unanimously. 14.06, any motion?
For approval.
A second.
All right,
Who moved?
I did.
all right.
Okay.
Second by
Cortez.
Board Member Cortese. All in favor, please say aye.
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 That's
Any objection, any
14.06.
abstention? 14.07 or 6? 7.
Okay,
Any
Move to
motion?
approve.
second.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye, that's 1407 on increase to
1407. Now we move to 14.
So I'm sorry, was 1406 unanimous
Yes.
Yes,
vote
on
and then
item.
1407?
Correct.
Unanimous.
also unanimous.
We just have to report that, yes, before we move to.
All right. 14.08. Discussion and action to approve employment contract for senior manager of the bond program.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, this one that we have to ask Bruce, no?
It's a
Okay.
salary contract.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the item is passed unanimously. 14.09, discussion and action to adopt, approve the amended salary for associate principal coordinator level of the classified and certificate management salary schedule.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay. And this,
14.09.
all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Item is passed unanimously. All right, 15.01, discussion and action to approve the budget adjustment to the associate technology projects.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, Bruce, how do you vote?
I approve.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. The item is passed unanimously. 15.02, discussion and action to approve plan increment 2 and amendment 1 and with XL construction for the Andrew Hill Student Union Building and Performing Art Classroom Project. I need a motion.
Move for approval.
Second.
Quick question, what, just like a 2-minute, what is this?
So just a reminder that 15.2 and 15.3 is the second stage of the design build. So we don't give the contract all at once. We give the first part during the design. And now that the design has come out of DSA, we're ready to put shovel in ground. And so this is the second piece of that contract.
Perfect, helpful, thank you.
All right, Bruce, how do you vote?
I approve.
Okay. Who has a motion?
I moved and yes.
Okay, all right, I was confused. Mary, could you record that? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the item is passed unanimously. 15.03, discussion and action to approve plan increment 2 and amendment 1 with Road and Builders Incorporation for the Evergreen Valley Cougar Hall Library and Valley.
Second.
All right. Mary, do you get? All right, thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Bruce, how do you vote?
I approve.
All right, thank you, Bruce. 15.04.
That was unanimous.
Oh, the item 15.03 is now passed unanimously. Thank you. 15.04,
Move for approval for the bond capital project.
over
Second,
50,000, right?
Over 50,000, yes.
All right.
Moved by Herrera, seconded by
By
Cortez.
Bruce. Okay, Bruce, how do you vote?
I approve.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, no objection, no abstention. The item is passed unanimously. Consent action calendar section 16
Madam
to 20.
President, move
Yes.
for approval of the consent calendar.
All right, Bruce, how do you vote?
I approve.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, the consent calendar is passed unanimously. All right, so that's, we'll move to is that 21,
20.01.
21.01.
Oh,
Item,
That's not-
yeah, so nothing on 21.01, so 21.02, receive report, board member expand for January, February, March fiscal
Just
year
receive it.
2021.
no, we
We just
received it.
receive it. So future agenda item. Any board opportunity for board trustee to request?
Mr. Incoming Superintendent, you need to pay attention to this one, please.
I'm back on task.
I'm not here for future items.
I would like to request the presentation from the academy courses that happen in East Side. If we can do that, the next, 2 months, that's fine with me.
What academies are you referring to?
Yeah, if you can bring back the presentation for the academy for all of our site, so we can have the big picture and any other new academy classes that we're going to provide for during the pandemic. Because I heard that some other district, they have a virtual learning academy. So I was wondering if we have any other new academy classes to provide for our students. So I like to see the whole presentation for all of
Are
the
you talking about
academic classes.
magnets?
The magnet, yes.
Okay, so we'll bring that forward.
Yes. Thank you. That's what I request, and no other board member has any requests.
I also love to request our Randy Falk to presentations on all the different technologies and service that we provide to our students, staff.
Okay. No other board comments, so we move to Board of Trustees, Superintendent Communication comments. I'm gonna move to my right side. Board Member Patty Cortese.
I mean, again, just sorry to see you go, Chris. Bruce reminded me of the, student governing board is part of your legacy and, well, yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, Chris also has a big part of it.
You were really a champion for that work. I mean, you didn't even hesitate or blink an eye. And, it's my goal to ensure that that lives on. And I'm just really grateful for your partnership on that. And again, it's good to see you go.
All right, Board Vice President Manuel Herrera.
Out in the hallway in our Hall of Fame, one of the photos is of Lee Evans, who's a graduate of our high school. And he passed away yesterday, the 19th, from a stroke. It started as a stroke. And I would like at the next meeting for us to do an actual, honoring of Lee Evans. He was part of the US Olympics and got a couple of gold medals at a time when two other athletes raised their fist, and he was part of those Olympics. And there's a lot of history with that man. And he died at age 73. He actually attended our district in his junior and senior year, and I'm proud to say it was at my alma mater at Overfeld High School.
All right.
So yeah, let's next meeting,
board
let's
meeting.
just take a moment to really bring that forward, for the community.
Appreciate
you.
that. Board Member Doe on my left side. Lorena first. You will give her.
Well, I know we don't have much time, so I'm going to save the. I take just a minute talk about every school.
Right.
I will reserve that for next board meeting.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Chavez.
Yeah, two quick things. So along with you, Board Member Lay, we spent Saturday and Sunday at the delegate meeting all day. And I really appreciated the learnings and the opportunity to engage with other board members across the state. And it was just a reminder of how much pride I have to be an Eastside trustee. They were talking about instructional, like best practices, programs, and MTSS was at the heart of that. And I'm like, oh, well, we've been doing that. So I just wanted to say thank you team, for just leading the way ongoing. So that was the weekend, and this week I just feel so privileged to be able to just reground mentally in regards of, and emotionally, to why I do this work. Because to Manuel's point, we get paid the big bucks, right? But Overfelt invited me to speak to students. So I got to start the week off speaking to students and hearing from them. And then I'm gonna have opportunity to talk to them again tomorrow, a different class. So I'm just, reflecting what a perfect way to start, what a perfect way to end. And just, students, you fuel us. So if you're hearing us out there, hopefully we hear your voices more often, because we do this work because of you. So thank you.
I would like to say thank you, everyone that voted for me, and I made it to a delegate assembly, and I joined board members Chavez, and we have a very good discussion last weekend. Anyway, we don't have that much time, so I'm going to pass it on to Bruce Nguyen. What is your comment? It's 23.02.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we made great strides as a district and as a student governing board, and I do hope that we continue to move forward and pay attention to the things that to talk about the issue with the Middle East, right? I want to use this moment to talk about Gaza and what happened in Palestine, right? And it is tragic that lives are being lost in that area. And we need to do more as a community to raise awareness to this and to have a statement of solidarity with the population of Palestinians in our community and in San Jose as a whole. And I do hope that in the next board meeting, we get to do that. And hopefully more and more people can be aware about this situation.
Awesome. Thank you, Bruce. Superintendent Fung?
Okay, before you make your remark, I think we need to take a special action to hold Bruce over a year in the district rather than graduating. You know? No, I'm just kidding, Bruce. Mr. Superintendent, just indulge me, please. I wanted to ask if we could look at our calendars for Monday, May 31 for the special study session, which would be 3 days before the June 3rd meeting. And do an evening meeting there, Monday, May 31. Oh, dang. Oh, oops. How about June 2nd, the day before our June 3rd meeting? Wednesday. Would
That for
Wednesday
the
work?
study session?
Yes, the study.
My
session.
daughter's graduating on that day.
And I have I have a CAUS Leadership
Okay,
Institute.
what about, I know this is going to put, on the heavy, but what about Thursday, the 27th? I know we're already doing one on the 24th, but we're in crunch time. Thursday, the 27th. Does that work?
We have a budget advisory committee on the 27th.
It's not in the evening, is it?
Yeah, 4:30, 4 to 5:30.
Um,
I'm okay with it, but I just want to name that that's
Yeah.
a, yeah.
Okay, well, if you're okay with it, let's go with that, folks, because we're talking that it's urgent and it's crunch time. So Thursday, the 27th, what time? 6 p.m. So what I'm envisioning is that a focus group gets put together here, socially distanced, and others participate via Zoom. You know, but the dialogue occurs here in person. You know. Like we've done previous. There's plenty of space in this room to distance and have a focus group. you know,
Okay.
presentation. So we're saying
Should we-
6 p.m. the 27th then?
27.
And I'm appreciating us board for being so hardworking with the meetings that we set for ourselves. But-
All right.
And the staff who
Thank
support us,
you.
thank you very much.
Oh,
Staff, does that work for you all as well?
okay.
Hold on, before we move on, does it work for staff on the 27th?
Yes.
Because if they're not present, then we can.
Yeah, it works fine for me. Mhm.
But
And
I don't know that we're gonna invite other stakeholder too, right?
We're
Yeah,
going to
we'll
make
see.
every effort to have the
June-
voices we
You
need.
were
to-
talking about June 27. Oh,
No,
next week, no, that's May.
Next Thursday.
Next
May
Thursday, May
27th.
27. Okay. Yeah, meeting Monday and
Yeah.
Thursday. All right, so,
Okay,
okay, that's fine.
I'm sorry. Thank you,
Let's
Mr.
move.
Yeah, no, so just two quick things. One, just the last two agenda items regarding our bond, that just reminds me how fortunate our community has been to support this district on bonds. And that our schools are choosing to build student unions that become community hubs for our students that will last way beyond all of us. So very grateful for that. And, just this weekend, my wife and I will be down in San Diego picking up our youngest who's graduating from college, and he's moving back home, but we'll see how long that lasts. But just very excited to have our youngest graduate from college. So he's got a bright future ahead of him. So thank you all.
All right, congratulations, yeah. Legal counsel, we don't have anything to report, am I correct? All right, and I think I want to let everyone know that our board, we go back to closed session, but nothing to report, so you don't have to wait for us to come out, but we will adjourn and later on. But before we adjourn it, I would like to invite, Mary, could you bring the cake for Chris, for the people that still stay with us, to have a piece of cake to celebrate with Chris. Yeah, so that's why before we go to the closed session, that's all I'm asking.
So you just want to display the cake?
Just like, no, we can cut the cake for the people
Oh,
still
cut
in
the
need
cake,
it,
cut the cake.
because our,
So we have to share it with them?
yes. Because our board meeting will be, we're gonna go back to our closed session, and I don't want, of those, our staff here, sub council still have to wait. So at least we have a piece of cake. And we want Bruce to have a piece of cake also, right? Okay. So, yes, we will go to closed session. We will go to closed session, but yeah, we will convene at a closed session, right?